I'd like to get started with this select board meeting. I need to read a notification at front. Please note that under 940 CMR 29.105, Imogen Nagariti will be participating remotely during the meeting due to a geographic distance greater than 20 miles via video conference. Please note that the quorum is physically present. A roll call is required for any and all votes involving members participating remotely. For those who wish to participate remotely, from a computer, use the link to join the public meeting, actonmass.gov/meeting/BOS, or from a telephone, dial 646-976-9923 and enter webinar ID 503-918-785. Telephone users may dial *9 to request to speak. Computer and app users may use the raise hand feature to request to speak. We're going to start out with resident concerns. The procedure we're going to follow is that resident concerns will be held to 3 minutes. Folks that wish to speak during this session, please line up at the microphone. I'll take the folks in the room first, and then we'll go to any remote users. When you approach the mic, please identify yourself by name and by street. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Good evening, members of Select Board. My name is Jennifer Morasis. I live on Central Street. We provided you with a report, those of Housing and Climate Justice for Acton, that we had compiled, doing a canvass of 1,041 renters. We had 250 conversations in more than 50 rental buildings in Acton. We identified 141 issues that were described by 73 people. The top issues were general maintenance issues that were not addressed, rent hikes, flooding, pests, including cockroaches and rats, trash piling up, communication issues with management, lack of snow removal, and accessibility. We talked to the director of the Somerville office for housing stability and talked to them about their model. One thing they said, that for a resource to be trusted, it has to be translated into all community languages and dispersed through the community institutions and outreach to become a trusted resource. At this time, the hotline has not done this, so it's not a surprise that people are reluctant to use it. This is a beginning, this canvassing. So we promote renters' rights as a select board goal for this year and have town do the research it said would complete to look into renter services and a renter's advocate. Last meeting, there was a lengthy discussion about Chadwick and River. It included hedges, a speed bump, one-way streets, and went for more than an hour with no decision being made after multiple meetings had already been held on this topic. I do not at all disparage the concerns of homeowners or safety, but just point that surely the challenges of renters, almost a third of people in Acton, deserve a robust look by the select board, and that renters who tend to have less socioeconomic standing and many people of color should be recognized as a DEI issue in Acton. Thank you.
Thank you.
I'm Tara from West Acton. I would like to advertise the Green Acton.
Could you identify your street, please?
Yes, it's Mass Ave in Acton.
Thank you.
I'd like to advertise the Green Acton Land Use Committee. Its next meeting is the 6th of July at 7:30, and this group is interested in environmental justice and preserving the environment, including trees, and land clearing is one of the focus, so limit on land clearing. So I hope that you will come and join. You can find us at clerk@greenacton.org or look at the greenacton.org website. Thank you.
Thank you.
Oh, and I'm also in favor of the tenant advocate. Thank you very much. For the reasons stated.
Bill Claus, 70 Piper Road. I'm speaking tonight regarding a number of times this year that you've addressed items that need to be looked into a little closer down on what's known as Knox Trail. The reason I'm bringing this up is because Knox Trail used to connect with Independence Road, and this whole area was contaminated over a long period of time between American Cyanamid, also known as the American Powder Company. The second one was Eastern States Farmers Exchange, also known as Agway. And the third one was the Dewey and Almy Company. Now, going back some 40 years, perhaps Mr. Chatter would recall, that whole area was used as a dumping ground. I do not know how much Agway's and Eastern States' property has been documented. I understand that the W.R. Gray site has been cleaned up, but I'm suspicious of how you can clean up something that was so grossly contaminated as that place. Anyway, I just wanted to bring it to your attention. I hope that you'll look into the reports that ACES, Acton Citizens for Environmental Safety, came up with years ago regarding these properties. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Karen Root Watkins, Strawberry Hill Road. First, may I ask the chair, will there be a comment period in relation to the Climate Action Plan preview?
Pardon me?
Will there be a comment section in relation to the Climate Action Plan preview tonight?
We will be talking about that, yes.
But I mean, will there be public comment?
We will probably be taking that up probably around 9 o'clock.
And will there be public comment in relation?
Yes.
Yes? Okay, I'll save my comments for then. Thank you.
Chadwick had like similar question. I have some comments under item 6. Do you want me to wait till then?
Okay.
Okay.
Yep.
Hi, I'm Cheryl Kennedy Perez. I live at 33 Harris Street, and I'm here speaking from my own experience to support the renters advocate for Acton. I've been thinking about landlords in Acton and suburban communities, and you know, good landlords really contribute positively. They make property attractive. I beg your pardon? Oh, you know what? Maybe I'll take off my mask. Oh, okay. Is that better? Yeah. Okay. All right, so they provide, people who provide stable housing also contribute to stability of kids in school, and they help build community. I once lived in a 250-unit building that had a sense of community that blew me away because people worked at it, and it was a wonderful place. It can happen. However, corporate landlords are functionally absent landlords. Historically, they require more monitoring by tenants and the community as they have no commitment to Acton. Property I live in was just purchased by Wynn Residential, a nationwide corporate landlord that has purchased over 250 units in Acton. These units house many low and moderate income families and families with at least one member who has a disability, and all of this contributes to the diversity of Acton. These properties are in terrible shape. There's flooding in rooms and laundry areas. There's broken dishwashers and ovens. There's black mold in closets and under rugs in living room. There's rats, mice, and bugs. Sometimes there's no trash pickup for weeks. There's no recycling. There are broken floodlights. And there are unpaved and broken walkways that have already caused one person personal injury. So they're here, and already we have no regular maintenance. We also have no communication from them about leases or rent increases. And in fact, people are calling me to find out about rent increases and leases. And the rent drop for people is not accessible. The Better Business Bureau gives them an F. This is why we need a renter's advocate. We need someone to provide support to renters who frequently feel disenfranchised and who are afraid of losing their housing if they complain about anything, who will be dealing with staff who are part of a corporate structure. It's not going to your landlord who lives down the street and around the corner. And as it is now, contacting the community manager is done only through email. Not everyone, especially elderly people, have access to email. I think you really need to vote positively for a renter's advocate. Thank you.
Thank you.
Madeline Cruz, Townhouse Lane. I wanted to know if we want to speak on goal settings, do we do it now or do we do it at another time? And how many minutes will be allowed to speak on the matters that we have?
How much time for that? Are we going to have a separate goal-setting conversation?
Yes.
And how much time will people be allowed to speak?
We'll also limit the comments to probably 3 minutes for goal setting as well. Thank you.
Thank you. I'll come back then.
Thank you. Okay, do we have anyone virtually? Okay, we have 2 participants. Okay, Matt, can you let the first participant in, please?
Certainly. The first one is Nancy Cochran. Nancy, you should be able to speak.
Okay. All right. Thank you very much for letting me speak, Zoomily as it is. I have a few comments that I would like to make relevant to recent events here in town, and it is relevant to the future of our residents here in town. I'd like to recognize our youngest select board member, Himiger, for her recent graduation from the Kennedy School of Government and her receiving a fellowship at the National CDC to explore pathogens. I hope I have it right. It is interesting to note that the Acton ACEs group was founded by a woman, Margaret Corday, who was a scientist investigating the composition of brain cells when she recognized the presence of carcinogens in the town's water and began her crusade against W.R. Grace. Himiger is following in powerful footsteps as she begins her journey. I also want to recognize Leslie Johnson's tireless work in acquiring adaptive bikes, now in use at Narrow Park and recently showcased on Channel 5. The acquisition of the bikes took over 4 years to accomplish, and many residents and town employees were involved. The work began when the chair of the Commission on Disabilities, Madeline Harvey, now deceased, appointed Leslie to investigate this issue. Leslie began by creating the Acton Area Adaptive Bike Coalition that brought together the Concord and Acton Commissions on Disabilities and members of the Bruce Freeman Rail Trail. The group hosted a day with adaptive bikes at Acton's Pedal Power shop, located on Route 2A, adjacent to the rail trail, in May of 2018. Then, Austin wrote a grant for funding for the bikes, which the town received in January 2021. Melissa and from the Recreation Commission and Leslie put their heads together and chose 4 bikes for the town. Unfortunately, COVID delayed both production and shipment of the bikes, which finally arrived and opened to use on May 28th. Thanks to Leslie's efforts and the contributions of many residents and employees of the town, it's a program that is going to be a flagship or a banner for the town of Acton. And finally, I want to share with the community what I recognize as both the composition and challenges before the current select board. First, Jim Snyder Grant is a unique individual of great compassion for human
Nancy,
disabilities.
you've got about 20 seconds left in your time.
I thought I had 3 minutes. Oh, I'm going to try. Okay, and he has made difference in Acton town with his work on the 2020 group, Green Acton, and the Commission on Disabilities, as well as being a regular volunteer in cleaning out invasive plants at the Icehouse Pond and Gardner Field and the Arboretum. He is always willing to listen with an open mind and genuine respect. He will be a great support to Dean throughout this year, and Himinger, still in the learning phase of her career life, will be a remote participant during the upcoming year. This will place a deep burden on her both to understand the issues and act on policies in absentia. Fran has been mostly quiet during the past year's meetings, but her role and work as a realtor should make her quite invested in developing town policies that are welcome to everyone and to compromise dissent issues. David has been focused throughout the past term on diversity issues. Now, as just a board member, he can be free to investigate and understand the depths of inherent diversity that our town embraces. Dean, as the new chair, has the greatest knowledge and understanding of the town's challenges from the least to the greatest importance. He is always respectful and listens carefully to any position presented to him. He is a consummate professional when speaking to the COA board, to which he is a liaison. Dean recognizes that seniors built this town through both historical and financial support. He recognizes the impact. Am I done? Oh dear, I had a bit more, but I just want to close out by saying I wish you well. This is going to be a very challenging year, and I do believe we have the best town board of all. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next up is Michelle.
Okay, Michelle, your street name, please? Okay, maybe we'll come back to her.
All right, next up is Chris. They do not have their last name in Zoom, so just let us know who you are, please.
Okay.
Hi, can you hear me?
Yes.
All right, Christopher Lopez, Central Street. I'm a member of Housing and Climate Justice for Acton, and today we heard from a few of our members, specifically Jen Mraz, who definitely mentioned our research that we've done as a group. And I definitely hope that everyone has taken time to look at it and everything. But I think right now I would like to talk about our vision as a group of what we would like the Renters Advocate to look like. We have seen different models in our research, and one has definitely looked like a good one that has taken form of a contracted position that can be temporary and can always be adjusted to handle the needs for the renters and other residents in town. In this contracted position, they could be able to help renters in being a voice for them when there's a loan isn't enough. They could provide legal mediation for renters when needed. They could be the avenue for the town to distribute information. They could be the bridge the town needs to work with landowners of these rental properties. And the renter's advocate position has always been something that we hope can help residents and primarily renters, because this is what the group is made out of, and these are the people who have banded together. But we do also have dreams that this position won't just help us as residents, but could also potentially help homeowners as well. So we hope in your decision making that you take time in goal setting and think about renters' concerns and what forms and what ways we can help them. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Matt, do we have anybody else out there?
Yes, can you hear me? This is Michelle.
Yes, Michelle. Go ahead.
Yes, hi. I'm from Wynn Estate Properties, also on Brook Street. And the last meeting that I was at, there was a mention of a renter's call-in line. And it was the first I ever heard of it, but wouldn't have addressed the universal property issues that have been taken on by Wynn. But as somebody who's tried to contact Allison Mullins from Wynn on numerous occasions, she does not reply unless you go down there and knock on her door or slip something through the slot. I have things she's known now that have been broken in my apartment. I can't, the water doesn't go down any of my drains. The heat still comes up when it's off and I flip the switch and windows open and everything, it's coming out full steam ahead. But my main concern is that there is no communication, and like somebody like Allison Mullins and others, there needs to be an advocate that speaks to them, because they won't supply a number, any direct lines to us. The housing authorities like Acton, Stowe, Quincy, Boston that are represented here also have no way of getting a hold of her other than that email. And when I told Ms. Mullins, she gave her personal email to the Quincy Housing Authority, but as such, doesn't even respond to the emergency maintenance number that she set up for only temporarily. There really does need to be somebody in this position. It's not difficult to write up a job description. I can do it for you. And the funding is there. If it's not within the town, it's just that it hasn't been tapped. It's not complicated. You can make that position with just a street sign going one way. Here we have that already. We need somebody there in town that's going to make it a two-way level of communication. That doesn't exist. And no telephone line and no email will address that. It has to be in person, direct contact. Tenants, they win properties or whomever, others a private landlord, because they don't like communicating either. I've lived under every one of them. Where there is money on the landlord side, there is no voice for the tenant, regardless of how much wealth they have. So please institute this advocacy, and please, if you're not going to do anything, remember that the population is growing here. They're growing in huge numbers. And somebody mentioned about redeveloping that spot. Whatever goes there, it should be accessible to all kids, including those with physical, mental, learning, everything. It's not just for the neurotypical. There are kids with autism, physical disabilities that live in my neighborhood that would also enjoy something like that. But again, it's an inclusive idea that not only the board, but all the members of the community have to think of someone other than themselves that do exist here in town. And I love it. I came from a small town that's now turning into a city called Arlington. And it is one of the most progressive.
Okay.
But you can't forget that white middle-class people are not the population here alone anymore. It's up and coming, and we got to bring everybody with us. Thank you.
Thank you, Michelle. Okay, Matt, do we have anyone else?
That concludes the comments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Mr. Manager, can you give us an update?
Thank you. Just a note of thanks to our Veterans Officer James McCrae and Gail Sawyer, who helps with planning events like the Memorial Day event that was held last weekend. It was really special, a great turnout, and a very thoughtful service that was coordinated by them, and I enjoyed being there. It was nice to see members of the board there as well. Another item this weekend, or a few items this weekend, we're having a ribbon cutting for the fire station on Friday morning. If you like Bon Jovi or Journey, there's a band called Bon Journey that's playing at Nara Park Friday night. And then on Saturday morning, there's a climate festival that we're excited about. That's from 12 to 3. So a few things in North Acton for those that are interested. Thanks.
Thank you. For the chair's update, I'll be very brief. I attended services last week, visitation services for former Acton firefighter Keith Robinson. He served with distinction in our fire department for many years and then moved on into a dispatch function in some other towns. Sorry to see the gentleman go. He was an excellent firefighter and a good friend. The other item that I've got is just an announcement that on Wednesday, Town of Acton will be receiving the Tree City USA Award. It's our 25th year. It's quite a great distinction, and certainly Cora York and Ryan Hunt, our DPW Director and Tree Warden, respectfully, have done a great job. I appreciate that. Comments from any of the board members? Mr. Snyder-Grant.
So Wednesday, for the Tree City recognition, what time is that going to be?
It's not really a public event.
Okay, then that's
ceremony.
fine. That's fine. I don't want to give away any secrets. So I was going to talk about a couple of other events on Wednesday. I just want to make sure I wasn't overlapping. The folks at the Acton Climate Coalition have been holding climate cafes. This is the third one coming up Wednesday, 10 a.m. Outside at Village Works. The topic this time is air source heat pumps. And the general format of these events has been a very short talk, 5 minutes by someone who knows something, and then conversation, questions, and experience sharing. In this case, about air source heat pumps, which is a way of using electricity to very efficiently heat and cool a house. The next event on Wednesday is Wednesday night at 7 p.m. There's a Zoom meeting, Acton's Water Cycle. It's an interactive discussion with Acton's water experts. You can find out more, including the registration link, on the front page of greenacton.org. And then finally, a sad note. We've met tonight and many other nights with people from Housing and Climate Justice for Acton. Two members of that group, Rudy Va and Jartu Flama, were killed in a car accident over the weekend. Hit a deer on 495. It was just a horrible and sad event. I just wanted to acknowledge that, I've met them on Zoom meetings when I had the honor of attending some meetings, and just, miss them a lot.
I just wanted to encourage folks, if you there are many of our boards and committees that need townspeople. So get an application into the VCC. I know this new Human Services Committee needs members as well as other committees. And that would be great.
Thank you. Ms. Nagariti, do you have anything to report?
No, just want to echo what Jim said. This is a pretty big loss for our community, and we just hope that Housing and Climate Justice for Acton is doing okay, and we're here to support through this difficult time. And that's it from my end.
Thank you. So we're running a little over, but good to see so many people here and engaged in our process. So every year the select board sets aside a night to set up goals. It's a public session, but we don't accept any public comment at that session. So we set this evening aside. I'd like to take no more than an hour. We do have a public hearing, which we'll have to break for a short period of time. But we'll make sure that folks get a chance to present their ideas, what our goals should be. Once again, I'd like to try to keep the time of your comments down to about 3 minutes. I know we have received a number of written comments already, and I would encourage folks that if you have some additional thoughts or if you don't have enough time to express everything, please send those comments to us. Every one of them gets read, and they'll certainly go into the process that we'll be following in the next few weeks. So with that, folks that have comments to make, please.
Hi, good evening again. Madeline Cruz, Townhouse Lane. Jim and Hamaja, thank you so much for the tribute to Jartu and her husband. She will be greatly missed. I find myself today on my 42nd birthday coming here to speak on some goal settings that I would like you guys to try and please consider. My first one is code of conduct for all town employees and anyone who represents the town. I think it's about time that we start holding people accountable for things that have been said that can be very hurtful to participants or members in our community. I know that we can't go back in time. It's just inevitable, but I think we can move forward. It's very important that we not just have the code of conduct that was in place for audience, but also for town staff and anybody that represents the town through committees. The second is a renter's advocate. We can't keep ignoring what has happened to renters in this town. The model for a renter's advocate is not a representative of what is needed, and we need to have the time to represent what is needed, and it also includes homeowners. 3, we need policies on mold. We can't wait for the state. There is a huge issue with mold and renters, and we all know that mold is bad in general, but it affects more people. I think that we could set an example as a town, as a community, to implement a mold policy. 4, Board of Health doing home inspections. They should have a list before they go do these home inspections. Their home inspections should not require a tenant to give them the idea of what they need to check. They know that there's an existing issue. They should go with that list, and after their list is completed, they review it with the tenant, and then they ask the tenant if they miss anything. 5, we need updating policies or policies to be created on building inspection. There seems to be a huge issue that lacks building inspections in town. Most of these buildings that house multifamily units are in really bad shape, and I would love to see policing on that so that there's building citations if the owner of the building neglects to do what's right, because some of them are really a safety violation. And lastly, but not least, I'm asking if at any given time, any of you that are here, including Himaja, if you guys can walk the walk and talk the talk with me. I think it's important that each and every single one of you can walk with me and canvas with me so you yourselves can see what we are going through as renters. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, Chris Hardy from Great Road. Sorry I'm a little dressed down. I was in a hurry today. So first of all, I'd like to propose, or maybe it's not a goal, but just a thought. I just happened to bump into a couple seniors. We got chatting about, this is a new thing, maybe it's been thought of, senior tax property breaks, something like that. I've talked to numerous. I bumped into a guy that was on the side of, like, and you know, towards Boxborough, but Acton, and we were just talking about his gardening, because I'm a gardening guy. And we were talking, he's like, yeah, I can really use a tax break, you know, something, just something. I mean, there is stuff posted downstairs, but I don't think 3/4 of the people know that there's facilities and resources to help. But I think something that's just there to help those in need of a certain percentage. Second, I really, not gonna say much about this, but the renters advocate, I'm all for it. I am not for the climate coalition that's pushing their agenda, forming groups among the property managers. I think they're pushing agendas that are good, but they're dividing and creating a barrier between the property manager and this group of tenants that all they do is, I won't use the words, but complain the whole time as if you're in group therapy, complaining about your ailments. That needs to stop. Not that you can't form a group, but all you're doing is dividing. Whoever, if there are representatives from here, I would love to see you stop, because it's not doing anybody good. There's good people running those, there's bad people, but where I live, a new person's on, and I've talked to her three times since she moved in and took over the townhomes coach in Spring Hill. So I want them to reconsider their agenda, okay? That's right here. And I understand there's some people represented here. Thirdly, lastly, I've emailed with support from the Select Board, the Recreation Committee, and our town manager, John Mangiarotti, about an Acton Jamboree. If anybody can remember that, 40, 30, 40, 50 years ago, 70s and 80s, I want to bring it back. The Lions used to have their hand in it. I think it would be a 3-day, it was a 3-day event. I have a town annual that I attached. I believe I sent it to all you, including the rec department, the annual report from 1984 or something like that. If you didn't have it, I'll send it to you. Anybody wants to my email, I'll send it to you too. What it was a 3-day event. If you're, and let me refresh this, and I'll stop in about 1 minute if that's okay. They had hot air balloons, skateboarding tournaments, sport tournaments, the carnival, the fall fair. I mean, carnival, well, I did the fall fair at Marion, but the fair with games and all sorts of stuff throughout town before Narrow Park was even here. I would love to hear from everybody that's been here to speak up about this. The more support we have, the better chance we're going to get it. It's going to take 2 to 3 years. I'm proposing do it in 2 years or not the same year. But I'm just really passionate, and I apologize if I come across as a little pushy.
Thank you.
Sorry.
Dave Lunger, Wampanoag Drive. As an essential goal to pursue this year, I recommend high priority be given to preparations for the upcoming 250th anniversary of Isaac Davis's lead of the Acton Minutemen at Concord's Old North Bridge. This remembrance and celebration is now a mere 36 months away for April 19th, 2025. No doubt this will likely be an important kickoff event leading up to the nationwide and worldwide 250th Independence Day celebrations the following year. The company from Acton, the only town with the foresight to have trained and been armed with bayonets, were moved to the front lines of the bridge. Minutemen from both Acton and Boxborough were among the first to perish that day, including Isaac Davis and Abner Hosmer. Given Acton's leadership role in the colonial struggle and noble quest for freedom from the British monarchy, the shift from royal subject to free men and women, the entire nation interested in the Independence Day anniversary will likely start remembrances with the year prior Concord Bridge battle. Indeed, perhaps this could be thought of as Acton's town's 15 minutes of national and even worldwide claim to fame. Certainly something to celebrate and therefore plan and coordinate with other towns and their celebratory events. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Karen Root Watkins, Strawberry Hill Road. In warrant Article 56, mobilizing Acton's Climate Action Plan passed at last month's town meeting, the Select Board is asked to set annual goals by which the town can reach a net zero greenhouse gas emissions by 2030. As a member of Mothers Out Front and a volunteer with Energize Acton, these goals would be incredibly helpful to guide the action necessary to address climate change and to create a livable future for ourselves and to create an example for other communities around us. It's hard to get a lot of the data, and it would be really helpful if the town could do this and set these goals. For instance, to know how many people have already installed air source heat pumps or ground source heat pumps, and then to know what's left to be done. I ask that you would consider that in your goal setting for the coming year. Also, since many multi-family units and buildings will be a part of this energy transition, a renter's advocate would be a huge help in that process. These are the people who are the most vulnerable in terms of resources to address climate change, and to have an advocate working on their behalf across the board, but also in terms of the energy transition would be a real asset. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Alyssa Nickel, School Street. First of all, thank you for holding the listening session and allowing the public a chance to speak. And I also wanted to thank Nancy Cochran for her comments earlier. It was nice to hear some hopeful looking ahead for the year in support of the five of you. When I thought about what I might invite you to consider for your goals for the coming year, I took a look back at the goals that you set last year. And you have a lot to celebrate because a lot of these goals were met. The DEIC Commission recommendations were considered, and that committee got a new charge. Rent relief was extended. The Department of Public Works Building Committee was set up. A Human Services Committee was set up. Fabulous. But I did make a note that according to my memory, the way that you vote on your goals, they're hierarchical in order, and I apologize if that memory is incorrect. And I noticed that the very top goals were ones that were unfortunately not met. The Asa Parlin House town meeting decided not to fund with CPA funds. I know we have ARPA funding for that, and I am confident that there is a plan B and that project will move forward. The second one was establish an affordable housing rehab trust, and it was a great vote at town meeting to get the small amount of funding for a feasibility study, but I wanted to just express my disappointment that although some in our group met separately with Jim and separately with Fran, and we also met with the Acton Housing Authority director, we were working as private citizens, not a part of a board or committee, and we needed some guidance and support, and I felt like we didn't get it last year. And I reached out to the town manager for some town council advice on the legality of what we were proposing, and understandably, he wanted to wait until we had presented to you, but we were never invited to present to the select board. So I guess what I'm asking you for this year is, in addition to setting some goals, that you establish a system for progress reports. So maybe a quarterly check-in with the town manager and his staff to see, where you are and if any of them have sort of, fallen off of the radar for you, so that we can make sure that we have even more success next year. And the only one goal that I would like you to speak to tonight, that I'd like you to consider adding to your short-term goals, is some more coordination between the Acton Water District and town government. I know that the Water Resources Advisory Committee and Board of Health are thinking about whether or not to establish wastewater management districts. I've heard that there's talk of stormwater management districts. I know that there's also some discussion about among the Water Resource Advisory Committee about exploring the Acton Water District draw capacity, and Commissioner Erica Amir-Lynn at town meeting spoke very eloquently about the fact that decisions by the select board and the town staff and the town committees have a direct impact on their ability to meet the demand for quantity and quality of water. So I'd like to see some more coordination between the Acton Water District and the town. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Franny Osmond, Half Moon Hill. I care about so many things that people mention, of course, and so I appreciate how difficult it will be to go through goals. And I would just like to mention 3 that I want to make sure are in your discussions and considered. One is the renter's advocate and paying attention to renters' issues. I don't think it's complaining and whining when people give specific examples of the difficulties of living as a renter and always feeling a little bit afraid if you speak up. There are so many renters in our town, and over time, I've really seen us focus on issues of homeowners, and we hear from homeowners more, and that seems to be changing, and I'm really happy about that. So the renter issue looms large. Also, sidewalks. I would like you to move forward. This year, we put $750,000 aside, which won't hardly make a dent, will hardly make a dent in our sidewalks, as the town staff knows. And the plan was to look forward to other funding sources, getting loans and grants. And it's going to take somewhere, I can't remember, John, and somewhere between $12 and $18 million to do all of the priority sidewalks, and that doesn't even include places that were just under the priority list and that people really care about walking safely. So I would love to see us walk through, and instead of creeping along to build sidewalks, do it all at once. We can be heroes for ourselves. And the other is the public transportation. I would like to see a short-term goal of, both of those are short-term goals, of moving ahead, making sure we have signed up for the Uber program that some nearby towns have signed up for, making sure we have multiple taxi companies that we're in relationship with, and this is all for just those after-hours situations that are not met. But we should also have a robust local program, such as we have through Crosstown Connect, but bring back the rail shuttle and/or make a second CAT so that the rail trips and other trips are easier around town. So I didn't spell out exactly, but a sidewalk piece, a renter piece, and the transit piece, I would love to be on your short-term goals. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, Mr. Manager Mangiati, Mr. Sajinowicz, and fellow board members. My name is John Gianetto. I'm a resident of 23 Davis Road, and I'm a proud resident of the town of Acton, 53 years, and proud graduate of the Acton Boxford Regional 1988. And I'd just like to go over a couple of things. One of them is that I was backing up Ms. Cruz's statement as far as the code of conduct for all town employees. Whether or not you're involved with town government, whether you have a position with the seats that you sit before, or whether you're a person in uniform, your first responders, police, fire, you're held to a higher standard, very high standard, elite. And that states a lot. You gotta be proud of that. You gotta have some pride. I myself am an appointed town volunteer of the town of Littleton under their Community Emergency Response Program. I'm also a volunteer for the town of Boxborough under the Medical Reserve Corps program, and been involved with the emergency management for both towns for about 4 or 5 years now. And also now I'm interested into getting into some form of that position for the town of Acton, which I previously served before as an explorer for the Explorer Post 7 under the Emergency Management Old Civil Defense Agency. It's something that I've been very dear, but due to the politics of said agencies, I was forced to move elsewhere into other different volunteer organizations. Also, with the housing, number 2, with the housing and renters advocate, there definitely is a need for such. Especially when dealing with, property managers, trustees, property management companies, and dealing with various issues from rent to logistics to maintenance issues. For 1 minute, from your leaky faucets to freezing your tail off at 2 o'clock in the morning during the middle of February, to walking out of a sauna at 2 o'clock in the afternoon in the middle of July, and calling management and either getting not much of a response or having them come down and do a really half job. That's something to take into. At least you'll have someone that has a voice that will back you up, that will resolve such issues and have stuff taken care of formally, so that you will have at least a functional, comfortable residence, a home. And thank you for the opportunity for me to speak. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, it's Tara again. Yes, housing trust, we're missing 30 to 40 units a year, priced under $200,000 by not taking action, having that trust. Community center, yes. The building at the dump, why can't it be a multi-purpose $30 million building instead of just a dump place? Celebration, yes, and maybe that can lead into the Jubilee idea, David's celebration. The apartment advocate, again, please, soon, now. Other towns have done it. We can do it too. Asa Parlin, that was a surprise. There were advocates that didn't realize that was going to be a fight at town meeting. We should have gotten a heads up so that people could have come and voted yes on that. So I think that was unfair. But I'm focusing on land use because all of you in your updates, not one person mentioned preserving land and trees. And so I'm going to focus on that. I feel like we need to decide what percentage to preserve. 10 years ago, whenever the last open space plan, there was a couple thousand acres. Now it's close to 1,000 acres. So it's quickly disappearing. What to do with the remaining land, we've got to decide and act upon it, or else developers will decide for us. The Open Space Committee focuses only on large parcels on their priority list. Sadly, those are mostly near people who already have green space, people with big parcels. If we don't act now, we'll end up with all the land used without meeting community goals at the cost of existing residents, leaving the people most crowded to be even more crowded. I feel like we need to focus on parcels and villages where people are suffering from the most crowding. We have the tools, land clearing limits, PCRC, odd-shaped lots, hammerhead lots. We can put an end to this baloney that other towns are not allowing. That would take care of like 1/3 of all the land that is being used or overused. We could buy the rest with a land bank. It would cost us nothing Martha's Vineyard, Nantucket. It's enabled under state law. It would charge a transfer tax to developers that would fund millions in land purchases, and then we can decide what to do with the land. Thank you very much.
Thank you. I'd like to pause this session for a moment. I think we've got a public hearing we're supposed to do at 8 o'clock, or a continuance.
Yeah, the matter could just be called, and then you could announce that it's continued, and then we could just move on with other business.
Okay, thank you. Folks would bear with me. This should not take too long. The Acton Select Board will hold a public hearing June 6, 2022, continued from May 23, 2022, at 8 p.m. in the Francis Faulkner Hearing Room, 204, the Town Hall, 472 Main Street, Acton, and virtually. actonmass.gov/meeting/BOS on the application of 42 Knox LLC, CO Troy Ginther, for a site plan special permit under zoning bylaw section 10.4 at 42 Knox Trail. The applicant proposed to construct a building trade shop to manufacture and store stone walls. Application materials and how to participate remotely are available online and at Acton Town Hall, http://acton-ma.gov dsweb/view/collection-14831. Petitioner has requested a continuation to June 27th at 2022 at 7:10 p.m. Could I have a motion to continue that hearing?
I move to continue this hearing until June 27th at 7:10 p.m. in this room.
Could I have a second?
Second.
Moved and seconded. Would the clerk please call the roll?
Absolutely. David?
Aye.
Thank you. Fran?
Aye.
Awesome. Dean?
Aye.
Great. Jim?
Aye.
Great. And I myself say aye, so that makes it unanimous. Thank you.
Thank you. So we will get back to our listening session. Thank you for your understanding.
So far, by the way, I'm Charlie Chadwick, Paul Revere Road. We've been hearing a lot of interesting suggestions. They have one thing in common. That's the assumption that we are operating business as usual. We're not. I am here to suggest to you that we need to start thinking on a different level and to start thinking about what would need to happen if some of the very bad things that are on the horizon in the world would come to happen. Acton is not a little isolated entity doing its own thing. It would be wonderful. It could be, but it's not. Any number of things could happen and are happening that could drastically change our priorities. And I'm here to suggest to you, to the Board of Select Board, Town Manager, to establish some sort of entity that would at least consider what it would mean to Acton if fuel became unavailable. How do we run the fire trucks? If power went out, not for 2 days, 3 days, a week, but a month. What would we do? If supplies, medical supplies became unavailable. We've seen the rather unthinkable example of baby formula being unavailable. Anybody anticipated that? Nope. Should have. What happens if any number of common medications, all made in China, became unavoidable? Should Acton think about providing some means of at least maintaining some continuity until the federal government, hate to depend on them, but maybe things will change, do something. We haven't had to do this before. That's why I'm here suggesting to you, and I don't have a specific plan, this is sort of a nebulous thing, but anyone who's paying any attention knows that the world is changing drastically, daily, hourly. Before this meeting is over, we could have a catastrophe someplace. So, that's all. Again, I don't have a specific proposal, but as part of your thinking about long-term goals and what could happen, I think you should give this a few minutes of your time. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Ramachandran Balakrishna from Old Village Road. Can you hear me all right?
Yep.
Louder. Is that better?
Yes.
Okay. I wanted to reiterate the importance of sidewalks and public transportation in the town of Acton. Anytime you look at Zillow ratings for houses in this area, there is a walkability score and so on. Acton is still a very car-centric town. And that has a lot of implications, not just on community health, because we drive everywhere, or we have to drive everywhere, but it also has equity considerations in terms of access to services, resources, recreation, and so on. I myself, even though I have a car and drive everywhere, I feel the pinch every time I have to drop the car off at the mechanic on Great Road. And if not for that sidewalk down Concord, I'll have to find other ways of getting home while they spend 5 hours fixing the car. And I've done this many times in the last couple of years, and I see more of it coming up, unfortunately. So I urge the select board to actually put a lot of emphasis on sidewalks and public transportation, not just in terms of setting goals, but I liked one of the prior ideas about having progress reviews on this topic, not just that we set the goals and forget about it, but we revisit it periodically, see how much progress we've made. I know it's not the only priority for the town, but we need to make sure that gets the focus that it deserves, and make sure that we push on it and get some progress on a consistent basis. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, again, I'm Cheryl Kennedy Perez, 33 Harris Street. When I moved to Acton, I was strategically moving to a wonderful town that's really pretty and beautiful and lots of wonderful people, to be halfway between my daughter and halfway between a family member and a nursing home. And I discovered a few months after coming that I had an illness, so I could no longer drive. So I moved here with a car, which it all added up and it was a great plan. I can't drive anymore. And as a result, I really have experienced what it's like to live here and not drive. It's really kind of terrible. Like, I will say the CAT and the Crosstown are phenomenal. They are phenomenal. The drivers are wonderful. They show up on time. You really couldn't ask more of them for what they're being asked to do. But for me to go into Boston to have to go to medical appointments, it has to be no earlier than 10 and no later than 2 in order for me to get back here. Not with the trains. The trains are great. It's the getting from the train station to my apartment, which is at the other end of town. I, for the first time in my life, got stuck, like stuck, when I first moved here. I took the train back from a doctor's appointment, and I called for a Lyft or an Uber, and there weren't any. And 3 promised they would come and didn't show up for 2 hours as I sat by myself in a parking lot in the dark in a town I really didn't know very well. And I walked 3 to 5 miles a lot. But I'm not gonna, I had to use sticks at that time. I was not about to walk on streets that didn't have sidewalks, that didn't have street lights, where the speed limit was 40 miles an hour. I really felt like a walking target. So I really want to support, if you can expand the CAT, that's great, or any of the other systems you have in hand, they really are wonderful. But you need sidewalks. There's not even sidewalks all the way on Great Road. I walk back and forth on Great Road. I only decided to do it because the bike lane's 4 feet. And I figured, well, if the bike lane's 4 feet, I'm probably safe. I really shouldn't have to be making those decisions. I really shouldn't. This isn't a poor town to be able to do that. And I understand it's a problem of a lot of suburbs. I really do. Fewer heart attacks, if you have people walking, more health, if you have people walking. And I'm not saying I would have chose to walk. I wouldn't have chosen to walk if I didn't have to make that decision. So please take into consideration the transportation. And I mean, I can't get anywhere on the weekends except, and from my house to the train on Uber can run $30 each way. Yeah, believe it or not, $30. For me to take a ride to Cambridge is over $100. So I wouldn't have known these things if I weren't in this position. So I just want to say that to you when we stop and think about, well, but there's backup here, there's backup there. Yeah, there's only that backup if you have a lot of money. And there's only that backup if you have 1,000 friends who can drive you everywhere. I've been very fortunate. People have stepped forward for me. I had a friend who lives in Medford drive up from Medford to drive me back to Cambridge to a doctor's appointment. Thank goodness I have these good friends. But you know, you all need to be more responsive and probably hear more from people who don't drive, because most of you do. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening again. John Gianetto, Davis Road. And Mr. Saginidis, this is more or less to be in your court. And I'd like to address the issue as far as the transportation. And I think we've spoken a few times, and we're aware as far as the situation, as far as the senior/disabled transportation system, and how the residents would call a particular, the number to make arrangements for a ride, wherever it may be, and then to be told, well, we can only do medical transportation due to lack of drivers or that a van was down, as such. I mean, we understand that, there has been some inconsistencies. I know one of them being that one of the drivers recently had to go back home to attend to his mother, I believe it was, and that they were pretty much down a driver. So trying to juggle that schedule with only 2 vans and, so many residents, it kind of gets pretty perplexing when you need to get down, if you need to go to the bank or if you need to get grocery shopping done and you can't do it on any particular day because of the thing, the situation. But if, once that, and I know that the transportation company is hiring the drivers, that once the drivers can be put into place, will there be any possibility of adding more buses on the road to accommodate all the residents here in town? you know, whether it be a medical ride, whether it be a grocery store run or a bank trip, or just to get from point A to point B. You're able to answer, you know, that question, Austin.
Okay, thank you. Certainly something we can discuss during the goals to see what we can do about improving the transportation system. Thank you.
Thank you.
Just have one quick thing I'll add on to that. There is a bus that used to be from Littleton, the 550 King Street and IBM, that would go all the way to wherever, Hanscom, MIT Lincoln Laboratory, and so forth. Maybe put a bus stop on the way at CVS on Great Road, or where the Yankee bus stop is, where the Colonial Liquors Atlantic Grill is. That's a thought, to get people bussed in and bussed out of to Cambridge and Boston. On a side note, as you might know, I'm on the Economic Development Committee, and there hasn't been any talk about, well, before that, the construction, there's bidding wars and permitting for the town center circle, the Hayward is in the infancy, and also Kelly's Corner. I know there's bidding and inflated prices. Can you just, after I speak, can you give a little, when is this going to happen for each of them? And also, it really should be a priority to get rid of that eyesore that sits over on Kelly's Corner. And I can honestly say for everybody, it's embarrassing. I'm not saying put a community center there, but let's do something. I know you guys have been doing something. There was the odd job, there was the other people, and there was these people, but we got to get someone in here 100% hard, like now, because it's ugly. It's embarrassing to the town.
Thank you. All right. Do we have anyone else in the room that has not spoken? Because I think we might have, we've got a couple of people online that would like to speak.
Can you add something, one if you forgot?
Pardon me?
Can you add a suggestion if you forgot?
She forgot. She wants to add one.
A do-over.
I had one more for New Osmond, Half Moon Hill. Thing I wanted you to consider in your long-term goals. I don't know what the timing is for the senior center, but I think when Chris mentioned the Kmart building, it brought up my awareness that we have a lease, a 10-year lease, I believe, on the senior center, and we really shouldn't wait too long before we think about what we want to do at that time, especially considering what else is available, or do we want to stay there? I just want us to be thinking ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you.
And I forgot to say about the community center too, about Kmart lot. There's apparently another person interested in doing something with it within shop. Oh, within Stop and Shop, apparently there's a group that is talking about redeveloping it. I would certainly love to see the town approach Stop and Shop and suggest a public market, maybe suggest that the town rent part of it for a community center, maybe even a new senior center combined with a community center. Thank you.
Thank you.
Shop, Mike, yes.
Matt, do we have, I believe we have some people out there that would like to speak?
Yes, first up will be Michelle. Michelle, you should be able to speak.
Michelle, I think you might be muted. Okay, Matt, maybe we can come back to her. Who else do we have?
Next up is Ruth.
Ruth, please speak. We'll come
Can you
back.
hear me, Dean?
Thank you, Ruth. Yes.
Got me now? Okay, thank you. Ruth Thatcher on Prospect Street. I just am here to remind the board of a letter that you received from the mid-May from the West Acton Baptist Church our pastor wrote a letter in support of the renter's advocate position, and I don't want it to get lost in the pile. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Right,
Okay,
next
Matt.
up is Chris.
Hi, Christopher Lopez, Central Street. So what I would like to see on the goals for the town, I would first like to second a lot of what Madeline Cruz have said. Also, everyone who has mentioned something about transportation and sidewalks in town. I'd also like to add in together that the town should have or should do a better job at trying to conveying and trying to look into the problems that are being brought to you from renters. I believe that the hotline was a good first step, but it also feels as if that's not necessarily, that isn't the saving ticket. We need a little bit more with that. There needs to be advertising with it and everything. So I would love to see the town make more strides to communicate with its renters and distributing that kind of information a little better. But I think that also goes in hand with just residents in total. I think there's definitely procedures for homeowners, but I think the procedures for renters in town is definitely not up to par. I would also definitely love to see, I think, as Madeline says, just more town people volunteering as much as they could. Of course, I know all of you must be very busy in your own personal lives, but I would definitely like to see more of the select board and town officials volunteer in community activities and seeing them in the forefront with us all as we all are moving towards our goals for this town. And thank you. Yeah, I believe that is all.
Thank you.
This user is only named Team Vivian, if they could let us know who they are and where they're from.
Sorry, I'm in the wrong, I didn't realize I was on the, this is Stella Coe, Guswood Road. I am in the wrong Zoom account. I did, first of all, thank you to the board and the town manager for all the work that you're doing. And I just, I guess for my goals, that you please consider, you embed climate consideration in all of our goals. So that would touch transportation, sidewalks, and that you continue your outreach and recognizing all the different members of our community and making yourselves available to, accessible to everyone and listening. And also, I'd like to second Alyssa's suggestion for periodic updates. And again, thank you.
Thank you.
And that just leaves Michelle from earlier. Michelle, you should be able to unmute.
Okay, I guess Michelle's not available.
No, I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Michelle.
Oh, sorry. I don't know what was happening with the line. I just wanted to support Melinda in having a code of conduct for the state or in city-wide town here in Acton. But I also want to point out, again, the importance of the advocate. A recent speaker said that those of rent tenants are doing a lot of complaining, but we've tried reaching out. I'm not sure how that person was able to get meetings, but from the Alliance, those that I know that are on there, I'm not one of them, that they did try to reach out. But like with every tenant, we have our issues. We need someone to talk to. It is not group therapy, which probably some of us need in this building. But honestly, I do feel that there needs to be more of an outreach by our political affiliates, our local town, our residents with each other, and having some kind of community place to get to know each other would do that. And the sidewalks, definitely. Cabs, oh my goodness, my clients in this area would die to have a cab come to their home or pick them up at the doctor's. They can't get home. They can't get to appointments, even for medical, because there just isn't enough people willing to drive. And those that will, the time schedule for the COAs in any town surrounding Acton, including it, is so minimal, they can't get to the doctors they need, many of which are in Boston. So if I can just, for the elderly who are not able-bodied, or those who are younger who are not able-bodied to do it for themselves, or don't have the significant funds to hire somebody to take them or whatever, please consider the safety issues around that. But again, please get that renter's advocate and somebody who's going to do it with great knowledge, unbiased views that will help all of us, the disabled, the elderly, our growing minority population, the rich and the poor. We're all a community, and we need to begin acting like that. Nobody is above or beyond. We are one. Thank you.
Thank you. Do we have anyone else, Matt?
There are no more hands at this time, Mr. Chair.
Okay, thank you. All right, I think we've pretty much gone through the system. We've all taken lots of notes, give us a lot to work on, and I want to thank everyone for participating. It's very helpful to give us all a reality check up here. So with that, we'll move on to our 8:10 hearing. I'll read the notice. The Select Board will hold a public hearing on Monday, June 6, 2022 at 8:10 p.m., continued from May 23, 2022, on the proposed amendments to the existing traffic rules and orders. Add the following street to Article 6, Section 1, one-way streets. River Street, from the intersection of School Street to the intersection of Chadwick Street. The designated one-way vehicular travel on River Street from School Street to Chadwick Street shall be eastbound. Mr. Manager, would you care to bring us up to speed on this?
Yes, thank you. We had a public hearing at the last board meeting and received a lot of comments from the neighborhood and otherwise. Some of the questions that were asked, both from the board and from the audience, we've looked into. Director Corey York is here to speak to some of those. I can also report that I believe it was the following day or perhaps the day after, I spent the morning on River Street counting cars, or I wasn't counting them, but I was experiencing them for 3 hours. And I did, so I have a sense of what type of movement was there for about 3 hours on a Wednesday morning, which was helpful to me. Corey, some of the questions that were asked at the last hearing, in particular about a stop sign where Chadwick is and a speed bump, do we have some preliminary responses to those concerns?
Yeah, there was a question about making a multi-way stop at school in Chadwick, and I think also school in River. So there's some criteria that we'd have to do a further study to look at the counts in order to do multi-way stops, you need to do some analysis and look at the peak hours, things like that. So similar to Parker and High, we would have to go through that analysis and compare that. The Massachusetts amendment to the manual and uniform traffic control devices specifically says that to not use stop signs for speed control. So we have to, as we validate putting up a multi-way stop, we want to make sure that we're looking at they have traffic data where they're looking at the average peak hour counts over 8-hour periods for the two approaches to make sure that they meet a certain criteria. Basically, they're looking at that it's difficult to discern which way has the right of way, and you have comparable traffic counts going in all the different approaches. So, and crash data as well. So those are typically the criteria that they want you to look at when you're putting out a multi-way stop. So it's something that we could look further at just to see how those would apply at these locations. So we haven't done an engineering study yet on that, but that's something that we can look into. And then I know there was a question regarding a sidewalk on Chadwick, which is part of the River Street design. So that is something that is included in that. So as we're advancing River Street, we are looking at making that connection on Chadwick to School Street as well. So that's something that is being considered as part of this. And when we did the survey of River Street, we included Chadwick. So we'll consider that through the process. There was also a question of changing the speed limit on River Street. It has a posted speed limit. It has a special speed regulation that was adopted. So in order to change that, the way you would typically change that is you have to go through a study analyzing the traffic data, and is typically one of the bigger considerations, but also looking at the physical characteristics of the road, coming up with what the speed, what that study dictates the speed should be. And then we'd have to submit that to the Massachusetts Department of Transportation and the registry for their review and approval to make sure it's consistent with how speed zoning is established throughout the state. Then it would come back to us for approval. One option that we would have in regards to this section of road, if the park was, when the park is designed and built, we could look into that as a safety zone. In the special town meeting, we adopted that provision of the Speed Modernization Act. One was we were reducing the thickly settled speed limits, and then the other section was relative to safety zones. So essentially looking into like pedestrian generators. And I'm thinking this park is possibly an eligible category that might qualify this section to be recategorized as a safety zone. So, which I think the safety zone is 20 miles an hour. That was something that we'd have to look into to see how the state sort of set up that option. But that would be something that we could look at down the road when the park was underway.
And Corey, just to jump in here, just furthering the report back since the last meeting, just to clarify that, the things that the Director York is talking about, like the sidewalk and, looking at speed limits, those are things that we would see happening in the future. What we're asking the board to consider tonight is just simply the change in the traffic pattern from 2-ways to 1-ways. And all the things that were discussed both by residents at the meeting and some of the questions from the board were things that we would continue to work on, but having this initial step sort of decided would allow us to proceed in a more comprehensive way with what those next steps look like, because we can't really do much more work on a sidewalk if we're not sure if this traffic pattern change is going to occur. And, we wouldn't want to study the speeds on that street and try to get applied for a traffic study and warrant if we knew the traffic pattern was going to change someday. So those are some of the things that we know we've heard from the residents and from people that use that street, that there are things that they'd like to see there. and we understand that, and those are things that we'll be working on in the next few years, but this is something that we think is a short-term measure that we believe will make an impact that we're asking the board to consider right now. And in terms of when I say right now, if the board were to approve this change, Corey, how long until we would see that actually implemented? We'd have to do some things out there, right?
Yeah, as we talked about at the last meeting, looking at ways that we could narrow the lane if it was to go to one travel lane. So whether we used a combination of some kind of temporary barriers and lane markings, or maybe we could reconfigure the intersection up at River Street more now to make it a little bit more of a 90-degree angle. Those things that we'd work on now, we'd work with police that before we implemented the one way, that we had something in place that would help delineate that a little bit. So. And I think in speaking with the police department, another option that we would be looking at adding is they have the portable speed signs. So we were looking at putting a couple additional speed signs on either side of the Chadwick intersection on School, sort of reminding drivers on School Street what the speeds are. So the police have been moving those around town with some success. They kind of pop up and then they rotate them another street, so it kind of reminds people of the speeds in those areas. Have something else that we were looking to implement in conjunction with the police department to help enforce the awareness of the posted speed limit on School.
Okay, thank you. Let's start out with some board discussion. If anyone has any points they'd like to raise? Mr. Martin?
Yeah, I have a couple of things. One is a question. Corey, would River Street qualify for thickly settled? I think the houses on one side are dense enough for thickly settled, but not on the other.
It's because it's a posted speed limit, the new thickly settled 25 mile doesn't apply to posted streets.
Okay.
So yeah.
The second comment that I'd like to make, or maybe ask one question about the three-way stop at Chadwick and School. I know you said we need an engineering study there, but we already have, I think, in the report for School Street, the car counts there. Isn't that correct?
Yeah, we do have the count, a 3-day count data, so that'd be the first step in that analysis. And going through that to see, one, if we meet the volume criteria, and kind of going through those different warrants. So we already have the first piece accumulated for that,
So I just want to say that my goal for that three-way stop, and I'm definitely in favor of that, having a three-way stop there, is not to control the speed on School Street, but rather to be able to safely turn left out of Chadwick onto School, because there'll be more traffic coming out of Chadwick, and because, I mean, this is kind of an indirect thing, that we know that the speeds from the recent study on the 85th and 95th percentile speeds on School Street are high enough that I think that that left turn there is a little dangerous. So, I think we should move forward with that engineering study. And then finally, I appreciate the comments you made about striping a narrower lane on the one-way section of School Street, or some temporary barricades until we got sidewalks put in there. I think those are good. I'm in favor of making the street one-way in this section, and I think most people we heard from, I mean, a few people are not in favor, but most people are in favor, or in favor but also. Right, I think we can continue with the but alsos, but we should move forward with the one-way. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other board comment? Mr. Snyder-Grant.
Looking back over that hearing, yeah, I agree with you, David, that the comments were mostly in favor, or in favor, but also please consider this other thing. The main concerns that were addressed were the extra driving time for the people living on River Street who are now going to have to go left in order to end up on Main Street. I'm convinced that that inconvenience is more than made up for by the increase in safety by turning it one way. So I'm happy to proceed with making it one way, with apologies to the people who are suddenly having to add a couple more minutes when they want to go north or south on Main Street.
Thank you. Other board comment? Yep. Imogen?
Thanks. Yeah, I just want to echo what people have said. I think that the one-way street seems like a way to more safely direct traffic flow patterns and really make sure that we are keeping our residents safe on that street. So quick question actually for Corey. So with the one-way design, was there what was the study done? And in terms of how it improves safety, what were the results from that study specifically?
Well, I know when we first looked into one-way kind of pre-COVID, looking at the speeds back then, we were noticing high speeds of people who were essentially the ones that were getting tickets were acknowledging they were rushing to get to the train. So there were high speeds going in that direction. I think the current speed data was showing somewhat equivalent speeds in both directions. Part of that is the angle of that River Street intersection as you approach from school. So if we can reconfigure that to make that a little bit more 90, that would help to make people have to slow down more to turn onto the street. So that would help alleviate some of that. And I know, and then just looking at sight lines as you're pulling up to the intersections, in essence, they both had somewhat similar sight lines as you look to your right. They were both a little over 200 feet. I think the consultant indicated you could see much further at the Chadwick intersection, but it was as you're looking, as you look down School Street from Chadwick, there's a hump there, so you lose a sight of cars, but you can further down the road you can see them again. So I think when they were referring to that, it was kind of what they were referring to for the longer distances. But I think one of the bigger things that we see coming up is as you're coming up River Street and trying to take a left turn at School Street, it's the angle of the intersection. You're looking more than 90 degrees over your shoulder, trying to look around look down that street to turn up. I know in my personal vehicle I have a blind spot, so when I'm in an intersection like that, the blind spot on my vehicle plays into that as well. So I tend to try to turn the vehicle more 90 degrees as much as I can to eliminate that. So I think the idea was when you're looking at the two intersections, approaching the Chadwick at more of a 90 degree, although it's not ideal, it has more of a safer sight line as far as approaching it more at 90 degrees and taking that left turn. And then doing some of these other measures that we talked about with police, about adding in those speed signs, and that would help just to bring awareness to School Street to help bring those speeds down. And then, like David said, just continuing to look into other improvements, whether doing a multi-way stop applied here or not, but just continuing down the road to implement some of these other improvements would be beneficial. But this is kind of one of the first steps that would give us direction on the sidewalk design, where we would be able to put the sidewalk on the south side running down the river and maintain it down that stretch. And we would be repurposing sort of the limits of the existing pavement. So it would allow us to keep the sidewalk on that side versus having additional crossings as you go down the road to sort of jump back and forth. So I think there's definitely pros and cons of both, but I think this gives you a better, enhances the safety kind of all around for different aspects. But yeah, I'm not going to say it's an ideal solution, but it's definitely, I think, the safer option.
That's all really helpful to know. Thank you. And on my end, I'm comfortable with voting yes for moving this forward today. Thanks.
Thank you. David?
Yes, I just wanted to say, I acknowledge, and several people have contacted us, that it's a long way around if you're in that section. But we also heard from people last time that are in that section where if we did not make it one way, the sidewalk would be immediately in their front yards. So much so that I think there's one house that the sidewalk can't be built because it would actually go through over their front steps. And others, it's over actually part of their basement. I mean, it's really, really close to the house. And an advantage for those people in that same area is that the sidewalk would be on the other side of the street. And so there's a trade-off for those people. I acknowledge that, there is a longer way around, but on the other hand, the sidewalk is in a more convenient place for them.
Thank you. Any comment from folks in the room?
Hi, thank you all so much for giving me a chance to speak. So I'm Heather Morton, I'm at 1 River Street, and I did send you all a letter. What concerns, first of all, let me just clarify, because I don't want to go into my speech before if I've got misinformation. Do we know the climate impact of taking half a mile of road and changing it from two-way to one-way so that 8 cars, and I only did one side of the street, right? Like obviously the other side of the street has the same problem in the opposite direction. Do we know the climate impact?
Well, I can assure you I've not looked into it.
Okay, so we have, as a town, we voted that there's a climate emergency, right? And we've heard people say that we want progress to be made and goals to be set. Now, I understand there's always trade-offs, right? I understand I'm going to be personally inconvenienced, but there's a greater good. And actually, I completely support sidewalks. I'm going to use the sidewalk that'll be put in, right? So it's not all a downside for me, but I think in any trade-off, you know what you're trading, right? You're getting the sidewalks, you're getting some additional safety measures, and you're giving up. So my back of the envelope calculation was 3,000 extra miles from our side of the street. Again, right, I didn't look at buses, I didn't look at the other side of the street. I just calculated 8 cars, one end of the one-way street, doing an extra mile every time we were dropping our kids off at school or picking our kids up. That's about 3,000 extra miles per year for just that one little section. So I would urge you, pass it by all means. That's fine, this is a trade-off, but record it somewhere, right? A decision's being taken tonight to increase emissions in Acton by X amount. Figure out, what X is. And I'm not asking for a study with consultants. I'm really just asking for our sustainability officer to do kind of back of the envelope calculations. I don't want to spend more taxpayer money, but I think it's important to have it on record, right? So that the next decision that's coming up, you could say, well, we made a decision where we're increasing emissions for the greater good, for a sidewalk and all the benefits that the sidewalk gives. So, now there's an accounting, just like we do with the budget, right? A fire station's going to cost a certain amount, a new police truck is going to cost another amount, so you account for it, right? You say we're doing this, but we're not doing these other things. So I'm just asking for that kind of accounting in terms of this particular project. Thanks so much.
Thank you.
Hi, Tara back again, and I love what she said. I think the Climate Action Plan calls for some accounting. And so know how many acres of land we've got to save for that particular increase in carbon, along with other increases in carbon, allowing building, et cetera. My question is about why can't we have the sidewalk and a two-way street? Is there a reason why we can't have that?
Sorry, go ahead, Corey.
Well, I was going to mention the original concept plan, looking at a two-way street and a sidewalk, involved the construction of a retaining wall as you run down the north side of the road and behind the houses on School Street. with the sidewalk on that side. And it required a couple crossings because it's just, you have the sidewalk coming down School Street in front of the Congregational Church. It would cross as it gets to the first large tree at that point, and then run down along the School Street property, the back of the School Street property, the retaining wall, and then at some point down the roadways, it would cross back. So the idea of allowing us to go have a one-way stretch would allow us to repurpose some of the existing road pavements. So we would have, instead of 2 lanes, we'd have 1 lane. It would open up opportunities for a sidewalk, potentially a bike lane, things like that, without having the added cost of retaining walls and other features to sort of remove more of the road shoulder in order to build more of these amenities.
Well, I guess my question was more of why doesn't the sidewalk go down by the river as a nice river walk? I mean, yes, it could get flooded, but the street gets flooded as we keep allowing more building during climate change. So I guess I'm asking, why can't we just have the sidewalk go down by the river? We got similar answers when we were going along Main Street out here. Oh, we can't have a meandering sidewalk because of this, that, and the other reason. And now we have a meandering sidewalk, and it's really beautiful. And it didn't cost that much. And it might actually preserve the property values to have people walking down and having a beautiful river walk that adds value to the community. Anyway, thank you.
I could just address that. Creating a sidewalk that extends the width of the roadway would certainly increase the impervious surface in that neighborhood, which has environmental impacts. It would also, the construction of the retaining walls that Corey's referring to would also have environmental impacts that we're looking to avoid.
I guess I misunderstood. I'm trying to say go down into the land that's already there, so you don't need a retaining wall. You have a sidewalk that goes down the natural contour of the land towards the river. And then also, if we're worrying about retaining walls and concrete, which I think is a great idea, Kelly's Corner, we have to account for all the concrete there too. But I would like to see us consider having a river walk where the sidewalk goes down toward the river, not along the road. Thank you.
Okay, Mike. My comment on that, because I've certainly been paying some attention to the whole issue of River Street with the River Street Dam project, the Shoddy Mill Dam project, is that the permitting there is very difficult. And trying to build a sidewalk as proposed would involve working in floodplain in the riverfront area and certainly within the wetland. So it's, paving a wetland generally is not well accepted. Mr. Clower.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. I'm afraid this isn't the first time this has come before us, because we discussed this with the late Norman Lake, and he was in favor of it. The one thing that we were looking at was the passage of fire equipment coming out of South Acton and trying to make that corner right by the Congregational Church. That was the one holdup with the ladder truck. West Acton or any other area works out perfectly good, but as far as South Acton was concerned, that was the one holdback. But I mean, this is some 30 years ago that we first looked at this, so I think it's probably about time we move on it.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Hello again, Ramachandran Balakrishna. I introduced myself as a resident of Old Village Road. I'm also a principal transportation scientist in my career, so this is right up my alley. So I want to make some comments. I'm also on the Transportation Advisory Committee. So just to address the previous comment about emissions, I want to draw attention to the fact that emissions are a direct function of how fast you're going and how much you stop and start again. One of the safety measures or outcomes we're expecting from this effort is reduction in speed, which automatically should have beneficial emissions consequences as well, especially when vehicles are speeding and then they suddenly see a car in front of them, they have to stop, you're braking hard, which means more emissions. So when you can reduce the speeds and streamline the traffic to move slower, you are going to have emissions benefits as well. So it's not entirely straightforward to say that this one-way is going to cause emissions, negative impacts on the emissions. I also want to make some other comments. I went through the report. I was a little surprised to see that School Street is classified as an urban collector, as function class. River Street is classified as local street, which means it actually goes at least one function class lower. Yet School Street has a speed limit of 25, and River has a speed limit of 30, which is a little strange to me. You have a lower function class road at a higher speed limit than one that's higher. So that's a little at odds with what you would expect. Lastly, I would also point out that the report itself makes a lot of references to traffic calming measures. So it's not like it just said, do the one way and that's it. It makes a lot of references and gives some examples, but by no way do they say that this is an exhaustive or comprehensive list of traffic calming measures. So I think it makes sense to go forward as concept with the project and then work out some of these details as we go along in further meetings. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hello, my name is Jane Roberts. I'm on Parker Street. And I'm going to ask you again to please delay making the decision to make the stretch of River Street one way. I think we should wait until the South Acton Main Street corridor study is done and that the River Street Dam removal is done. I feel like there's still too many moving pieces at this time to really make a good decision about what to do. I have some specific comments on the study that was done, and I appreciate that it was made available. I'm concerned that the study didn't cover a large enough area. It looked very specifically at Chadwick Street, River Street, School Street, just that very narrow triangle. It didn't look at the potential impact on Parker Street or on High Street. It didn't look at the hazards between Merriam Lane and Carriage Drive. And if the 115 River Street project results in more vehicle trips, there'll only be more dangers in that stretch of River Street. I think the study seemed to suggest that the intersection of Chadwick Street and School Street was somehow slightly better sight lines the intersection of River Street and School Street. And when I looked at the data, that actually didn't seem to be the case to me. It was very close, but I'm concerned that in trying to move traffic from the intersection of River Street and School Street to the intersection of School Street and Chadwick Street, we're actually going to double the potential dangers at the intersection of School Street and Chadwick Street. So I can see the value of making the subject section of River Street one way and having sidewalks, but is the trade-off worth having twice as many problems at the intersection of Chadwick Street and School Street? Also, when reading some of the public comment sections, it looked that possibly with the park that's proposed at 53 River Street, that there will be some kind of a walkway there. Is that walkway something that can be a sidewalk? And recognizing it will not look like a traditional sidewalk, but will it serve the functional purpose as a place where people can actually walk? I would like to note that there are sidewalks on School Street between River Street and Chadwick Street, so that is still an option for people, and perhaps it's slightly out of the way, but it is an option perhaps until other things can be determined or more settled. I heard someone else mention a concern about fire access and fire trucks going on, not being able to go two ways. And it looked like that the fire chief had actually not been in favor of making this change. It sounded like the police chief was okay with it, but not wild about it. So, you know, overall, I'm concerned about making this decision now. And I feel like more could be done before we make an informed decision. Thank you.
Thank you.
Hi, Daniel Gilfix, Vanderbilt Road. It's funny, yesterday I was walking Bella Golden Doodle on the stretch of River Street, where you were talking about the stretch between the area that would not become one way. And there was a black van that went past my wife and me and the dog. And it was driving 60, 70. I mean, it was a black van. And it was so fast, we almost laughed because we had never seen a car go this fast. It was like right out of the movies. And it was great timing because it reminded me about this ongoing problem and how it affects the entire road, not just that section where we're talking about making one way. And I just want to remind you all again that the goal here wasn't to make the road one way. The select board decided, and the studies indicated, that the best way of doing this, in order to provide the ability to have contiguous sidewalks, which I will admit I don't really care because School Street doesn't have contiguous sidewalks, and that's fine. But if the goal is to have sidewalks and we need to have contiguous sidewalks, and one way is the way we have to do it, and we're doing it because of safety, I don't want us to delay anymore. In fact, I'm frustrated that we've waited a year since we had our face-to-face meeting, at which time we talked about lowering the speed limit from 30 to 25. And someone at the time suggested we might have to do studies. Well, why didn't we do the studies then? Why are we now still talking about doing the studies? Because I think we all agree it's crazy that this road is at 30 while School Street is at 25. So I would strongly advocate taking a decision now. Make it one way if that's how we're going to get sidewalks, but please don't make that the end unto itself. And as others have mentioned, there is a concern that it will cause drivers to go more quickly. So it would be great if we implemented short-term measures, and they don't have to cost a lot of money. Other towns have different signs that they implement, not just the standard speed limit sign or slow. They vary the signs so that when the driver goes down the road, they see different things, and it just distracts them. It makes them slow down. Someone mentioned having the barriers, temporary barriers for some people to walk in protection. That's great for that one side from Chadwick to school. But again, I'm really concerned about the rest of the road. That's where I'm walking Bella Golden Doodle. And that's where cars will take off, with or without the throughway stop sign. So it sounds like we have other studies to do. I would encourage the police to increase their presence, put back the radar signs that they took away. We need those radar signs. We need different types of signs that shouldn't cost a lot of money. And what else? I mean, there are plenty of ideas that we could implement that don't cost an arm and a leg or require us to implement another study and waste more time. I don't want us linking to the project, if we could. Thank you.
Thank you.
There are three separate issues. There's safety, there's sidewalks, and one-way. And it looks like the sidewalks and one-way are deeply connected. I don't know if that means we could have no sidewalks if we kept the street two-way, or whether we just get fewer sidewalks. But everybody's in favor of more safety. You don't have to vote pro one-way in order to get safety. There can be safety measures instituted even if the street is two ways. So, you know, respectfully, a decision needs to be made, but it's not as though the safety itself depends on the one-way. I know that Mr. York said that it was slightly more safe if we did one-way, or I think I heard him say that. But I don't think that it's a matter of safety depending on turning the street into a one-way street.
Thank you. I think we've got a couple of people in the virtual world out there. Matt?
Yep, first up is Kendra Wilson.
Hi, everybody. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Great. Hi, I'm Kendra on River Street. I just want to thank everybody for your work on this. We strongly support this one way and look forward to the things that come with it in terms of increased safety for our small children, pets, bikers, commuters. You know, when you think about offsetting some of emissions that are mentioned, you know, think about all those commuters that now feel safe to walk on this street. and take advantage of the train that's right, you know, at the top of the street there. So I'm excited about that. And we just want to thank everybody for your work, and hopefully this passes tonight. So thank you.
Thank you. Who else do we have, Matt?
And the next hand is Heather Shaheen.
Hi, thank you. This is Heather Sheehan, 81 River Street. I also want to thank you for all the work, hard work and time spent on the study and moving this forward. We've been very passionate about this for a very long time, and definitely in support of it. And, you know, I think we all agree there's quite a bit of work to be done on River Street in many different forms, whether it's one-way, traffics, you know, speed limit changes, sidewalks, et cetera. But I think we also can all agree that in order to get anywhere, we need to start somewhere. And the one-way, and I trust the data that the one-way will support traffic slowing and enable us to put a sidewalk in, which will further enable people to feel safe biking and commuting on this street. So thank you.
Thank you. We have anyone else, Matt?
And that was the last hand. That was the last hand, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Is there anyone else in the room?
John Giannetto again, Davis Road. And pertaining to River Street, you know, I was a resident of South Acton and have traversed that road many a time as a teenager, on, you know, whether it be walking or on a bicycle. And in my older years of when I actually got my driver's license, and as a hell-raising teenager, you know, I've heard stories from other friends of mine of using that road to test out their vehicles, and guilty of sin. I've done it myself. I've raced a few up and down, you know, down that road at high speeds, and looking back on it and saying to myself, oh my God, you know, I'm surprised I'm still alive, you know. But, you know, getting back to it, there should be some form of turning that into a one-way street to slow down that traffic that comes through there. And eventually, you know, since it's not being done, it's being considered that eventually something's bound to happen. You know, late at night, either some kids coming home from their buddy's house, taking a little rip down the side road, get home, oh, it's running late, or someone coming home using it as a shortcut to get to, you know, School Street or Parker Street, you know, coming from the bars in Maynard under the influence of liquor. Eventually, someone's going to wind up either wrapped around a pole by Chadwick Street or going from a swim in the brook nearby. That's bound to happen. So there should be some form of turning that into a one-way and putting speed delineation devices, whether it be speed bumps, whether it be narrowing, you know, more narrowing than what's there, including the sidewalk, and putting speed signs as well as added enforcement. But never mind River Street, that's one problem. But we also have another problem that we need to address too. And that this holds me personally. Great Road is a nightmare in itself, but especially from 27 at 2A, Great Road to Main Street, all the way down to Brook Street by Donlands. That's a nightmare. I cringe every time I have to go out as a pedestrian to walk the sidewalks of Great Road between that distance to get down to the bike path or Donlands itself, and having to play Frogger crossing the street. I actually had an incident about a month and a half ago where I was walking down the sidewalk heading towards Donlands, and I had someone who was turning left from Great Road into the Bank of America parking lot and flew around me like if I was a traffic cone. Didn't even see me. Drove on the grass even. and just trying to catch a parking spot. When I inquired this particular individual and asked her, do you know what a pedestrian is? She looked at me if I had like 5 heads, and then had the audacity of telling me, oh, well, I don't have to stop for you because you weren't in a crosswalk. I then proceeded to take a picture of her license plate and said, well, you know what? Don't tell me about it. You can tell the police about it after I forward your license plate number to them. She then went on a rampage, tried to, a confrontation did result, which I had to have the police notified to come down and address the issue. Nothing was done about it. She just, made a big rambling session on, and I, filed a police report and explained to the officer that, the situation was there. Nothing was done. They need to add more enforcement, more traffic enforcement in that section alone.
Right.
And, pertaining to, the other gentleman that mentioned about, trying to get that added enforcement, you can also speak with the police department and see, they would normally do the Coffee with a Cop program where you can vent the frustrations to them directly and explain that situation, and, they will look into it. That, hopefully that will start up again. And, and, at least you can explain to the chief directly on the frustrations, and it will get aggressively looked into. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll try to get River Street done first.
Jerry Polano, Vanderbilt Road. Thank you all for listening to all of us tonight, and thank you for trying to move forward with change on River Street. My family uses River Street frequently, in fact, probably every day in terms of walking, and something really needs to be done. There's just no doubt. I don't know what your experience was, Mr. Mangiotti, the other day, just witnessing that Wednesday morning traffic, but cars do move fast down that street. And it's kind of almost nerve-wracking to try to take a walk up and down river and almost avoiding it. But it is our neighborhood, it is our town, and I think something just needs to be done sooner than later. I think everyone's frustrated with the time it's taking us to do something. We've lived on Vanderbilt now going on 25 years and enjoy it there, and we'd like to continue to enjoy it. I like the idea of coming down River Street on the right-hand side with a sidewalk that the woman earlier had mentioned. It seems like a natural. I know there's wetland issues and problems, but it seems like more of a natural to make it all work. But I can't say I've looked into the engineering necessarily associated, but we would all appreciate you trying to move fast and do something sooner than later before the number of little kids that have moved into that neighborhood, especially along River Street in that new neighborhood area, and more to come. So let's do something before we feel like we have to do something because of a bad incident. Thank you very much.
Thank you. So I have a proposed motion. Let me read it and see if any of the members would care to move it. That the traffic rules and orders adopted by the Select Board under date of September 22nd, 2014 are hereby amended by adding the following street to Article 6, Section 1, one-way streets. River Street from the intersection of School Street to the intersection of Chadwick Street. The designated one-way vehicular travel on River Street from School Street to Chadwick Street shall be eastbound.
So moved.
Thank you.
Second.
Okay, moved and seconded. Any further comment from members of the board? Mr. Snydergrant.
Yeah, just a question about the River Street project, the dam, and where are the planned entrances now? I guess, anybody who might know.
So I was actually going to mention that the design of the park calls for the sidewalk to go through the park. And so not very far from the street, but there's a path that's through the park. And so this whole one-way would allow a contiguous sidewalk on the south side of the street.
Follow-up? I guess I was also wondering where cars would be coming in and out, in case that impacted, the flow of traffic in any way that we should understand.
There's a very small parking lot in the park. The park is not huge, right? The parking lot, I think, has 10 spaces in it, and it's at the east end of the park. We've adjusted the entrance a little bit so it's not across from anybody's driveway. It's also just a one-way street there after we get past this.
Okay, got it. Thanks.
Thank you. So we've got a motion that's moved and seconded. Ms. Nagariti, as clerk, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, sure. David?
Aye.
Thank you. Fran?
Aye.
Thank you. Dean?
Aye.
Thank you. And Jim?
Aye.
Awesome. I say aye as well. That's unanimous.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Okay.
Thank you, Corey.
So our next order of business. Consider adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance, HRA, working definition of anti-Semitism. Mr. Martin, looks like that's in your wheelhouse.
Yes, thank you, Mr. Chair. Several months ago, the town manager received a letter from the Lapin Foundation asking that the town consider adopting the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance's definition, working definition of anti-Semitism.
Sorry, I think I need to make a point of order. I wonder if we could have more quiet in the room, if you could ask for some quiet while we continue deliberating. Thank you.
So the Lapin Foundation sent a letter to the town manager asking that the town consider adopting the working definition of anti-Semitism. By the working definition of anti-Semitism is that definition was done by the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance. And at that time, several months ago, we passed the matter over to the DEIC to consider and make a recommendation. And the DEIC, over the course of 2 meetings, took the working definition and wrapped it in a proclamation that was based on some examples from Peabody and Danvers. And that proclamation is in the packet. And at its last meeting, the DEIC asked that the select board consider issuing the proclamation.
Thank you. For those of you who have not read the proclamation in the packet, I will read it because I think it's very significant. I'm not an advocate of passing lots of proclamations unless you really believe it. And I think that this is one that I certainly believe in, and I think it's something that we can all embrace. So, we, the Select Board of the Town of Acton, Massachusetts, by virtue of the authority vested in us by the people of Acton as elected officials, do hereby proclaim, whereas the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance non-legally binding working definition of anti-Semitism reads as follows. Anti-Semitism is a certain perception of Jews which may be expressed as hatred towards Jews. Rhetorical and physical manifestations of anti-Semitism are directed towards Jewish or non-Jewish individuals and/or their property toward Jewish community institutions and religious facilities, and whereas recent acts of hate in Acton serve as a painful reminder of our obligation to condemn and combat rising anti-Semitism in all of its forms, including the denial or trivialization of the Holocaust, and whereas January 27th is designated as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, marking the anniversary of the liberation of the Auschwitz death camp, and whereas honoring the victims and survivors begins with our renewed recognition of the value and dignity of each person, it demands from us the courage to protect the persecuted and speak out against bigotry and hatred. And whereas we commit ourselves in Acton to combating the global rise in anti-Semitism. Now, therefore, may it be resolved that the town of Acton adopts the International Holocaust Remembrance Alliance working definition of anti-Semitism, marks January 27th of each year as International Holocaust Remembrance Day, and recognizes the importance of condemning and combating rising anti-Semitism. Could I have someone make a motion?
So moved.
So it's a motion to issue the proclamation, right?
To issue the proclamation, it's been moved and seconded. We'll open it for discussion. Mr. Chadwick.
First of all, I have to say I haven't seen any problem defining anti-Semitism in 50 years of paying attention to it. Every dictionary has a definition. This one seems a little bureaucratic, but so be it. But I will read part of the second paragraph, which you just read, Mr. Chair, including the denial or trivialization of the Holocaust. It just so happened that we had a very specific incident of that 2 months ago, which I sent a complaint to the DIC, copies to you, the select board, as well as the school committee. I received a personal response from Jim Snyder-Grant, which I appreciate, and later an apology from Fran Darsenal. But I never received any response from the select board or from the DIC, which you, Mr. Martin, chaired both of them. Why didn't I receive any answer? Not even an acknowledgement? Mr. Martin. I have a question for you. Why didn't I receive an answer? I'm waiting. You what? You were the chair of both the board and the DIC. Why didn't you answer me? I think that's an answer in itself. I think proclamations are pretty useless unless they're related to some specific action. This one promises to be the same. Yes, we are anti-Semitic, fine. I think most of the citizens of the town of Acton do not need to be told to be anti-Semitic. Either they are or they're not. The proclamation isn't going to change in their view anyway. Most of them are not, my experience. So, by all means, pass the proclamation. But who's going to enforce it? Suppose another incident happens. The DEIC was created specifically to collect incidents of discrimination, which this is, and has done nothing, you didn't even put it on the agenda, Mr. Martin. I know you're not going to answer because you have no answer. So, pass the proclamation, but it's going to be meaningless unless you attach something to it. What are you going to do if another incident such as the one I reported happens? What are you going to do? Pass another proclamation? I think we need to more than that. I think we need to act. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Chadwick.
Hi, Franny Osmond, Half Moon Hill. When I heard about those incidents, and only now do I suddenly get, I'm thinking about two things at once. I think it's important that we all speak up and communicate when anything happens. And I think Charlie is right that it can't be just a proclamation. I also hope that we'll have to change the proclamation in the future because it has included in its words rising anti-Semitism, and I hope that we're not putting that, codifying that. I hope that will be changed. I also, when I heard about what had happened, first of all, I really felt for someone not allowed to speak up at a meeting, especially a Holocaust survivor not being allowed to speak up at a meeting where anti-Semitism is being discussed. It was upsetting. And I also, I'm losing my train of thought. I was thinking at the time, something that just happened on Facebook. But Facebook is part of our community. There's no difference between a swastika on a high school bathroom wall and a comment on Facebook. And I can really understand when the upset of someone when the word Nazi is taken lightly and to mean something else than the atrocities that Nazis committed. So thank you for thinking about it and doing this, and I think it's important to continue to improve on all these fronts. And I want to thank Charlie for continuing to keep us awake.
Thank you. And just to augment what you said, Franny, the same troll is still on Facebook and is still throwing around Nazi. And I agree with you. Facebook is part of our community, for better or for worse. It's a proclamation, and as I said at the beginning, I don't like passing a lot of proclamations randomly and having nothing to back it up. I don't know how we'd back this one up, but I think it makes an important statement, and I think it should be made. And we'll see what the next step could be. Ms. Fredericks.
Yes, hi. I just want to stand in support of Charlie, and I'm so sorry that happened to you. And I urge the board to take a more active stance in responding to people who have had their feelings hurt, whether it be people that felt like staff has hurt their feelings or a member of the public, that we're all valued. And I look to the leaders, the elected leaders, to take that action, especially also the DEIC, the chair of the DEIC, whoever that may be, to respond politely, perhaps even a change in the charge to include people from the Jewish community who feel like they've been wronged, because where else are they going to go if they can't go to the DEIC? Thank you.
Thank you. Well, I believe We have a motion to accept this proclamation, and I believe it's been seconded. Ms. Nagariti, would you read the roll, please?
Yeah, sure. I will go to David first.
Aye.
Thanks, David. Fran?
Aye.
Thank you. Dean?
Aye.
Thank you. Jim?
Aye.
Thank you. I also say aye. That makes it unanimous.
Thank you, Ms. Nagariti. All right, next, the Climate Action Plan preview. Mr. Manager.
Good evening. As part of the town's stated climate emergency, we've been working to develop a climate action plan. Director Andrea Becerra is joining us across the street and is here to present the work thus far and give the board the first look at what's coming together here with this very exciting project. Andrea?
Thank you so much. If you could please also make panelists Van Du, Charles, and John Carter, in case there's more than one John out there. Thank you so much. And then Van is going to be presenting her screen. Thank you so much, Van. Good evening, members of the Select Board and public. My name is Andrea Becerra, and I'm the Sustainability Director for the town. This evening, we'll be giving you an update on the Town of Acton Climate Action Plan. Next, please. So first, I'm going to provide brief context on what led to the development of the Climate Action Plan. I know a lot of this context won't be new, but it's still a good reminder of why we're here today. Next, I'll hand it over to ERG, the experts we hired to conduct a cost-benefit analysis of the blueprint strategies we presented back in December, as well as a projection of greenhouse gas emissions reductions. They're going to dive into their approach, key findings, and then we'll open it up for questions. So with us today is Charles and John from ERG. We also counted on the support from Hannah Stroud and a ton of other ERG members that are not listed here who helped on the back end with a lot of the analysis. And then, of course, we have Van and Julie, who have been with us from the very beginning, and many of you have seen in previous presentations, and they're here from MAPC. Next, please. And so what's happening in Massachusetts? So Governor Baker last year signed the Next Generation Roadmap for the Massachusetts climate policy in March of 2021, which set a greenhouse gas emissions target, a net zero target for 2050 and 50% by 2030. And on the heels of the 2021 climate plan, the Massachusetts Senate passed Climate Bill S2819 very recently, which would pump $250 million into clean energy expansion, electric vehicle incentives, and electric vehicle charging infrastructure. It would also overhaul the offshore wind procurement process, require greater scrutiny on the future of natural gas, and allow some cities and towns to restrict the use of fossil fuels in new construction. Specifically towns like Acton that have passed home rule petitions to ban fossil fuel in new construction. So more to come on that. And then we have also to look forward to the Clean Energy and Climate Plan, which should be finalized by July of 2022, which will outline the plan for the state to achieve net zero by 2050, and then curb half of its emissions by 2030. Next, please. And now taking it back to Acton. Many of you know that in September of 2020 at a special town meeting, residents nearly unanimously voted to declare a climate emergency, which specifically states the following. Be it further resolved that the members of Acton town meeting call on town government and staff and all Acton civic groups, businesses, and residents to commit to a climate mobilization effort with appropriate support from the state and federal governments to bring net town-wide carbon emissions to zero as quickly as possible with a target date of 2030. I've read that so much that I think that maybe I've memorized it by now. So this declaration has led to incredible momentum to address our emissions and build local resilience against climate change. And it also brings us to where we are here today, with a plan to identify the key strategies and actions to achieve this ambitious goal and map out what it would take to get here. So we started this process back in April with a presentation to the select board. And then in June, we held our first public workshop where we solicited feedback to set priorities, then goal setting, strategy identification, strategy prioritization. We concluded with a blueprint in December, and now we're here presenting the ERG analysis and finalizing the climate action plan. Next, please. So a key component throughout this process has been community engagement, which I'll summarize in the following slide. But one of the critical components to look at with engagement is Acton's community profile, especially when it comes to things like climate change. So climate vulnerable populations are those who have lower adaptive capacity or higher exposure and sensitivity to climate hazards like flooding or heat stress due to factors such as access to transportation, income level, disability, racial inequity, health status, or age. So another key component is identifying our environmental justice populations. So in Massachusetts, a neighborhood is defined as an environmental justice population according to a variety of criteria, including language proficiency and household income. In Acton specifically, parts of our town, which are in yellow in the map, are considered environmental justice zones because it's where minorities comprise 40% or more of the population. So environmental justice is a fair treatment and meaningful involvement of all people, regardless of race, color, national origin, or income, with respect to the development, implementation, and enforcement of environmental laws, regulations, and policies. So in our case, in Acton, it means ensuring that the benefits of climate action and our resiliency measures accrue to all, as stated in the Climate Emergency Declaration. Next, please. So in an effort to ensure that we reach as many people as possible for this process, we've had a variety of community input events, over 20 events since we started the process, including a nature walk and talk, an open house, workshops focused on specific themes, and 4 workshops with ERG. Next. So we also have our monthly blog update on the Climate Action Plan page, ads through Action Unlimited, social media posts, Town of Acton newsflash. We've done some in-person flyers, promotion via ActonTV. Everyone in Acton will also be receiving a postcard via their mail on the Climate Festival happening this Saturday from 12 to 3 p.m. We also work closely with Kate Crosby from the Acton-Boxborough Regional School District and the Resource Force student team at AB High, who led their own climate action plan process, and we've included their input in the final climate action plan. Next, please. So today's focus will be on ERG's analysis, but I also want you to keep in mind and contextualize this with how this will be weaved into the final climate action plan. So we will be publishing a draft of this climate action plan very soon for public input. We included a draft in the meeting packet, but this is a very early preview of what's to come. The final plan will honor all of the incredible input we received throughout this entire process. Pulling all of the actions from the blueprint, but in this case, we're going to be organizing them within the key strategies assessed by ERG, and we will also incorporate other important pieces like co-benefits, equity considerations, partners for implementation, and measures of success for each action. Next, please. So ERG's analysis demonstrates the viability and benefits in many of the strategies that we can take to address our emissions within the town of Acton, which is very exciting. But before I turn it over to ERG, I also think it's really important to say that what their analysis shows is also the limits to climate action based on what the state is currently projected to support, both in policy and funding. But it's really important to highlight these limitations now so we can address them and improve them sooner rather than later when it's too late. So this is a really important conversation to be having. It's also important to keep in mind that there's a tremendous amount of innovation and advocacy that we can look forward to. There's already a lot of great things coming to town, like e-bikes, potential geo-districting projects that will help us shift from natural gas to efficient zero-emission electric heating and cooling, and so many other vital strategies that will make the transition to a net zero future more feasible. But we also have to be open and aware of our current limitations and what we need to overcome. So there's a lot of work to do, and I'm really excited to be presenting at this stage of the Climate Action Plan. So without further ado, I'll pass it on to ERG.
Thank you, Andrea, and thank you all for having me here. It's a pleasure and honor to present what we've been working on for the past few months. I wanted to give a quick overview of the process, where we are. I'm going to spend, after we get into this, I'm going to spend a few slides talking about the results of the greenhouse gas mitigation analysis or greenhouse gas reduction analysis that I've been heading up. And then I'm going to pass it off to my colleague, Charles Goodhue, to talk about the economic analysis that he's been heading up. We're going to present a good deal of technical information. We do have a couple of pauses built into the presentation for questions if you have any. So if that's a good time, you can ask then, or if you feel like interrupting me, I'm fine with that too. So the general process that we've been working on is to move from the phase 1 blueprint document that you all created and into this analysis of greenhouse gas reduction and the benefit cost analysis that we've been working on. We're currently in, as shown on this graph here, task 2 and task 3 kind of simultaneously. We're developing our recommendations and also developing graphics and figures and text for the document that Andrea mentioned. Next slide, please. Our first step was to take the multitude of actions and strategies that you all developed as part of the blueprint document and kind of group those for as they pertain to certain sectors of emissions and like strategies that we could analyze technically, again, both from a mitigation standpoint and from an economic standpoint. We worked with the stakeholder groups in a couple of iterations to hone this and make sure that we were capturing everything from the blueprint document without losing anything, but also kind of consolidating like strategies for our analysis going forward. And this chart here, this table, summarizes that and how the actions were grouped. Some of the actions were, or strategies I should say, were designated as supporting strategies, where they might not necessarily have a direct greenhouse gas impact, but they supported other strategies that do. So we've kind of mapped all that to make sure that we retained all the good work that you did as part of the phase 1 blueprint document. I'm going to move forward. Well, I'll mention the sectors. Thank you, Van. That we looked at, the sectors of emissions being buildings and housing, energy, mobility, nature-based solutions, and resilience. You'll see those recur throughout our presentation. So I just wanted to point those out. Next slide now. So the first thing we wanted to do for the mitigation analysis was create a forecast of future emissions. The latest greenhouse gas inventory was completed in 2019 for 2017 emissions. So it's a few years old, and realizing that the climate emergency deadline for net zero emissions is 2030, we couldn't rely on past emissions to understand what the greenhouse gas footprint of Acton was going to look like. So we used some demographic information that we received from MAPC to create a forecast of future emissions. In this case, we ended up using population. We felt like that was the best indicator of future emissions, being that most, if not all, of emissions are directly tied to the number of people that reside in the community. So we created this business as usual graph, as we call it, to illustrate what emissions will look like at a future date if everything remains as it is, without taking any action for mitigation. And you can see here that the emissions are forecast to rise from about 240,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents to just under 260,000 metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents. Metric tons of carbon dioxide equivalents is a standard unit of measure for greenhouse gas emissions. It takes into account the global warming potential of several different greenhouse gases and basically put them all in terms of the global warming potential of carbon dioxide. So that's what that term means. And again, this is going to provide the basis for all of our future emission reduction and economic analysis, that being what we're forecast to emit in 2030. The colors on this slide relate to the primary sources of emissions, the largest being transportation and mobile sources, as you see there in yellow, and then some of the stationary energy sources from residential energy, commercial energy, industrial energy, and then the smaller ones from solid waste, wastewater, and some of the process and fugitive emissions up at the top. So that's how everything breaks down. Next slide, please. So from there, we started to look more technically at how these strategies from the blueprint document could be implemented and what type of mitigation potential we could achieve, both from a technical standpoint and from a participatory standpoint within the town of Acton. A lot, in fact, most of the emission reductions that Acton will have to achieve to meet this goal are going to be dependent upon members of the community, residents, businesses, industries, taking the necessary actions to reduce their greenhouse gas emissions. I think it's understood that there's only so much that the town government and board can actually achieve directly. I think there's a lot of incentives and advocacy and maybe even some mandates along the way that could affect things. But in the end, there's going to be a lot of reliance on the members of the community to achieve these goals. We also looked at the implementation timeframe and when some of these things either have already begun or will begin, and then modeled all of this information about how they would change the greenhouse gas emissions through 2030 relative to that business as usual scenario that I showed on the previous slide. Next slide, please. So looking a little bit more closely at the strategies in each of these sectors, we've got I'm not sure how much detail to go into. I don't want to read these slides, but I want to give you a good idea of the general approach that we took. In the building and housing sector, we're looking at kind of two or three different groups of emitters. We're looking at the existing buildings in Acton to see what can be done with that existing building stock, the structures that already exist. We're also looking at changes that might be able to occur in future buildings, which might possibly be easier to affect than what's already constructed. So we're looking at energy efficiency in existing buildings, and we're also looking at maybe some zoning changes or code changes that could affect the energy use in future buildings, which are likely to be constructed given the growth forecast for Acton. We're also looking at the town-owned buildings, the buildings that the town can affect directly. On the energy side, and energy being the energy that is supplied to all of these buildings and perhaps vehicles in some cases from outside sources, the primary one being electricity from Eversource. Our general assumption there was that by some mechanism or another, either through reductions that Eversource is implementing themselves or through the additional availability of carbon-free electricity through solar programs, that 100% of the electricity supplied to Acton by 2030 would be carbon-free. Now that's an aggressive, it's a large goal. Let's put it that way, but we think it's achievable. We also have some natural gas leakage that goes into this energy category, and we're looking at ways to reduce that leakage in addition to reducing the actual the natural gas usage within the town. Next slide, please. In the mobility sector, one of the key strategies that we're looking at is the increased adoption of electric vehicles. That in combination with the decarbonization of the electricity supply will result in a large amount of emission reductions over time. Again, that's going to be reliant upon members of the community switching to electric vehicles by some either incentive or natural market change and trends moving towards electric vehicles over time. So we've taken some of that into account as well. We're looking at the town vehicles themselves, the school buses and town vehicles, and ways to electrify those, the items that the town has that direct control over. We also looked at the transit rail system that runs through town and how those emissions could be reduced through electrification. And then expanding the zero emission mobility options like bike and pedestrian infrastructure to get people out of their cars and completely. And then the nature-based solutions includes things like preserving open space and green space in the town, which can result in carbon sequestration reductions, improving waste diversion and waste reduction to reduce those small wedges from the solid waste sector. And another lead by example item here, electrifying mowing equipment that the town owns. Next slide, please. So these are some of our kind of more technical benchmarks and assumptions that we're using. Again, we're looking at the major sectors and emitters in the left column. The center two columns represent some of the proposed reductions in the Massachusetts Clean Energy Climate Plan, Clean Energy and Climate Plan. The first column there being the 2025 proposed reductions, and the second one and the more relevant one to Acton's goal is the 2030 proposed reductions. Over on the right, you can see the reductions that are in our current draft of the Climate Action Plan and some of the major assumptions that we've made. So as I mentioned, the electricity supply, we're estimating to be 100% carbon free by 2030. Transportation, either through the reduction in vehicle miles traveled or changes to the vehicle fleet, both the municipal fleet and the community fleet, moving from internal combustion engines to EVs, gets to about 40% reduction. Residential heating and commercial industrial heating, we're matching the Clean Energy Climate Plan proposed reductions for 2030 there, but we're applying it to all energy, not just the heating energy. As I mentioned, some of our reductions are applied to future construction or major renovations that will occur in the town and might be subject to some of the codes and zoning requirements. So again, those requirements we're assuming will have a more drastic effect on energy use, and we're assuming a 50% reduction in electricity use from the business as usual estimate, and zero fossil fuel usage in future buildings and major renovations. Finally, the natural gas distribution and wastewater reductions also match the Clean Energy Climate Plan at 82% and 73% reductions, respectively. Next slide, please. So what does all this look like in terms of reductions over time and also relative to that business as usual curve that we developed? This graph shows lots of different things. So let me try to explain it here a little bit. The top line, that dark blue line at the top, shows the business as usual curve that you saw before, moving from about 240,000 metric tons to a little under 260,000 metric tons in 2030. That's the dark blue line at the top. The dashed black line shows the target emissions going from the business as usual line in 2020 when the climate emergency was declared, down to zero net emissions in 2030. So that's kind of the line that we want to follow. all of the colorful wedges in there, as I call them, starting with the blue and the yellow, the dark blue, the greens, all just kind of randomly chosen colors there. But those those relate to all of the strategies that we have analyzed and the reduction from that business as usual line over time. So as you can see, the carbon-free electricity in that big yellow wedge makes a significant impact in 2030, and it gets bigger over time as we're assuming that that the greenhouse gas footprint of that energy decreases over time or gets smaller. There's less carbon associated with that energy. The community EV adoption in that dark blue wedge also is a big component. And then everything else kind of adds up to get to about a 53% reduction in 2030. The red is what remains either to be reduced either through additional advocacy to change some of the money coming into this program, additional innovation that may come up over the next 8 years, or perhaps through the purchase of high quality offsets to get down to net zero emissions. Again, net zero doesn't mean zero emissions, it means net zero. So we try to reduce as much emissions as we can and then do what we need to do to get down to zero from there. Next slide, please. So just to give you an idea of what those remaining emissions look like, according to our modeling, about 2/3 will remain from the mobility sector, or vehicles, transportations and vehicles, and about 1/3 from buildings and housing, both residential, commercial, and industrial. And then the remaining, just a couple of percent from some of these other sources: solid waste, water and wastewater, and process and fugitive emissions. So this is kind of the breakdown of what will remain after all those mitigation strategies are implemented. Next slide. So finally, just to conclude this mitigation portion of the presentation, the strategies that we've modeled show about a 53% reduction by 2030, according to that business as usual curve. There'll be about 119,000 tons remaining at that point after mitigation. And as I mentioned, the transportation sector is the largest single category of emissions. Again, those emissions will need to be reduced through additional advocacy, innovation, purchase of offsets possibly. And I'll also mention that, 2030 is only 8 years away, but I think within that 8 years, it's likely that this plan will be redone. Possibly, not guaranteed. I guess that's ultimately up to you, but this isn't meant to be a static document that's going to tell the future for the next 8, 18, 28 years. They're typically done iteratively, and as new assumptions can be made about the efficacy of certain strategies, new technologies, new monies are available about how these things can be implemented. So again, that advocacy and continued community, sorry, I'm losing the word, investment in the community and relation with the community is key to getting these things done. So I'll pause there and see if there's any questions before we hand it over to Charles.
Any questions from the board?
Sure. John, one of the things that came up at the last workshop was the importance of creating at least one scenario that shows us meeting our climate goals. Understanding that that's going to require a turnaround in the way the state and federal governments are approaching climate change. They actually have to approach it as an emergency. So I'm wondering if there is such an analysis available of what it takes to, instead of beating the state's goals by 3% by 2030, that actually gets us anywhere closer to the kind of reduction where offsets might be a reasonable strategy. Like 5 or 10% is maybe something that could be done with offsets, but 47% is not going to be done with offsets. So I'm wondering if you did end up creating a scenario, or if maybe this is an Andrea question, maybe if the overall plan is going to create a scenario that actually gets us to the goal.
So you're saying, and I certainly do recall this conversation at the last stakeholder meeting, but I think what you're envisioning is an absolute zero emission, or like you said, at least getting closer, perhaps, to the goal within 5 or 10%. Mm-hmm. Ultimately, I think these are fairly aggressive estimates that we have made. I think to take it any further, you're ultimately looking at getting rid of all fossil fuel use, whether it be in buildings, cars, and then decarbonizing the electricity supply to take care, to provide all of the carbon-free energy that Acton needs. So taking our assumptions to that degree may or may not be realistic. And that's, from a modeling perspective, yeah, I can draw the line to show it getting down to zero. And those are the estimates that you need to make to show it getting to zero. Get rid of all fossil fuel use and completely decarbonize the electricity supply. So, I mean, I guess that would be a fairly simple model to show, and we can certainly produce that, but whether or not it's technically and politically feasible is another question.
Yeah, I can wait and ask this a question again to Andrea. But thanks for trying to answer it.
Do you want me to? So here we mentioned the importance of advocacy, additional funding, and also innovation. We do have a lot of that innovation available to us today. There are, certain things like battery storage that aren't quite perfect yet, but are expected to improve significantly in the coming years. So while there were limits to how much we could measure for this particular wedge chart, it doesn't mean that we can't actually push for advocacy. So in the actual blueprint, there are a ton of actions that are specifically advocacy related ones, like advocating for financial assistance, for low cost financing options from the state and federal government to support electrification, advocacy for Mass Save to add more incentives for electric heating and cooling, more incentives also for EV adoption, trying to push for more EVs to be sold, for example, used EVs to be sold in the market, or support for low-income families who want to purchase EVs but can't purchase a new one. So there are plenty of advocacy policies, and there's so many of them that it is hard to, there's only so much that we can pay for analyzing, but that doesn't mean, there is such a thing as analysis paralysis. So it doesn't mean that we can't do those things, but I think it is helpful to know that there is a gap that needs to be filled with things like advocacy and more funding. And definitely not all of this is considered offsets.
Thanks.
But those strategies will be highlighted in the climate action plan, those advocacy strategies.
Thanks, that's really helpful. Thank you, Andrea.
So I think, one of the big stumbling blocks I see in all this is, and hopefully you've started making some plans, is how much is all this going to cost? I think taxpayers here in Acton are pretty well maxed out. There's been discussion about just to keep things steady state in the next year or two, is the town going to have to do a Prop 2.5 override just to keep business as usual, as you say? How much is it going to cost to do all these things that you're advocating for? And I would suggest that it's not going to take too long before the federal government and the state government are pretty well tapped out on these things. So I'm not sure that planning on begging for money is really a strategy. And although recognizing the fact that we have extremely high taxes, a lot of other folks in Massachusetts think that we're a very wealthy town. So I think if they're going to be handing out grants, maybe some of the less wealthy towns would be more likely to get some of the grants. So I think an integral part of any of this kind of a plan is a real careful financial analysis and sort of a capital improvement plan like the town manager has produced for our other assets. Is how do you get from here to there in that 8 years without driving everybody out of town?
Sounds like a
yeah. So actually, yeah. That is what I was going to say. I think maybe now's the time to. I think those are really good points, and I think it is a perfect segue for Charles, who's going to go over the economic analysis.
Great. Thanks, Andrea.
Thank you.
Good evening, everybody. My name is Charles Goodhue. I'm an economist with ERG. So I'm going to talk through the economic analysis of the various strategies that we grouped together. So economic analysis includes both financial costs and benefits. So for example, if you purchase an electric vehicle, you're going to have an upfront cost. You're going to have maintenance costs and operational costs and purchasing electricity as your fuel. And you might have your baseline would be, maybe I purchase a conventional vehicle. So that's maybe your baseline there. Similarly, you'll have some sort of capital cost. Typically it's less, so you might have a lower baseline cost, but some of your fuel and maintenance costs are typically higher. So what we do is typically look at those lifetime and life cycle costs and benefits and think about the financial costs and benefits over time. So that's one thing we started to look at is the financial benefits and costs across many of these strategies. Additionally, many of these strategies have what we call our non-market benefits and costs. So from the fiscal perspective, these aren't always things that you'll see necessarily in handing your credit card over or exchanging cash at that moment in time. But they are parts that get built into the economy. So for example, tailpipe emissions cause asthma, occasionally cancer, and there can be outcomes that are have drastic health impacts. And there's studies there, and I'll go through that. So while you may not be paying for it when you purchase a conventional vehicle, society pays for it in the term of hospital visits and those health impacts. So there are sort of what we are called non-market benefits there of avoiding those tailpipe emissions. So that's sort of what we call criteria pollutants. That's particulate matter that comes out, nitrous oxides, sulfur dioxides. Those are the things that cause the asthma, cancer. Then we also have a carbon dioxide in a lot of these, and that's that CO2, metric tons of CO2 equivalents that John was talking about earlier. And those are what are going to have the environmental impacts. It might be higher temperatures, more flooding, more frequent rain events. And those are very global, but similarly, that's something that various analyses have tried to quantify and put into dollar terms as well. Now we've separated that out in a lot of our strategies, so you can see sort of those fiscal impacts and those non-market benefits. But That's sort of the context of what we're looking at. Fiscal costs or financial costs and benefits, and also those non-market costs. Next slide, please. So just quickly, this is the same list of strategies that John went through, and I'll get through more to the results shortly. But the takeaways here across the buildings and housing sector, across energy, and across mobility, nature-based solutions, resilience sectors, we worked with Andrea. She was amazing at getting us data from so many different people in such a short turnaround. We looked at sort of consumer level analyses. We tried to roll these up when it was feasible to sort of look at town level analyses. We leaned on literature at times, but when the data was available locally, we used that to try to bring it home to Acton as much as we could, given what we were trying to cover, the breadth of what we were trying to cover in a short period of time. Now, the one thing I'll say with the economic analyses that we're doing, again, we're covering a wide breadth. These are analyses we've done with a lot of other towns and cities before, but these are not generally engineering studies. So whenever you sort of dive a little bit deeper, there's always some smaller issues. So these numbers are kind of your first level of planning, order of magnitude, planning level numbers. And then certainly as you might look at strategies deeper down the road, some of these could depend on sort of what approach you take. So next slide, please. So again, a lot of consumer level analyses. We used some literature reviews and really pulled both capital, operation costs across the various strategies to go forward. And what I'm going to do is in the coming slides talk a bit about the final results across all these strategies. So next slide, please. So in addition to the financial costs and benefits, I talked a bit about social cost of carbon, or that environmental impact. EPA and Office of Management and Budget at the federal level have typically over the years used a value of, again, approximately $50 per metric ton of CO2 reduced. That's essentially the estimated impact that's allowed in regulatory analysis for things like flood damages, agricultural loss, drought impacts. So we use that as sort of the lower end of the social cost of carbon. The scientific community also has, what do they call sort of the high impact scenario? This is a bit higher than what's allowed in regulatory analysis, but is more the scientific consensus of what the impact could be. So we use that as the higher end, again, of the non-market benefit. This has nothing to do with the financial costs and benefits that an individual would occur, but this can help provide some perspective of, is it good for society as a whole? Similarly, the table to the bottom right, particulate matter, sulfur dioxide and nitrous oxides have been around for years and years since emissions have began. And there's been a lot of studies that have linked, for example, heavy tailpipe emissions, traffic, to people that live in those areas, much higher incidences of cancer, much higher incidence of death, of asthma, of lost work days. So these numbers are very strongly grounded in historical data in terms of the impact and the health impact on society. So while sometimes the social cost of carbon is a little more worldwide, is a little more spread out, the health impact values are going to be things that directly and immediately impact folks in the town of Acton. So these are, again, another non-market benefit that we use and analyzed here. So you'll see some of these in the coming slide of sort of how the magnitude of these overall benefits from the various strategies. So before I jump into the financial component, which is going to be a couple slides down the road, I'm going to talk a little bit about these co-benefits first by strategy. Next slide, please, Van. So going to our, again, co-benefits here. The first strategy we looked at was looking at energy efficiency of residential homes. So this might be things like air source heat pumps, so electric heat pumps, so shifting away from oil and fossil fuels. This might be weatherization, smart thermostats. And in the overall benefit in terms of reduced CO2 could approach about $1 million in 2030. The overall health benefits, because we are greatly reducing electricity generation and the particulate matter and other criteria pollutants, could be about $62 million a year, because that can have a very big impact on reducing that sort of generation. Aligning Acton zoning and planning with clean energy and sustainability standards. What we did for this strategy is looked at the projection of about just over 600 new houses by 2030, and tried to sort of say, if we increase the zoning so that these houses might be to a LEED standard, a very high design efficiency, what would the impact be environmentally? And this ranged from about 55 to 167,000 total in the year 2030, or annually in the 2030 for the social cost of carbon, that environmental benefit, and about $11 million a year in terms of the health benefit. Leading by example, so this is energy efficiency of Acton Boxborough Regional High School, as well as the town's municipal buildings. In really electrifying those buildings, increasing energy efficiency, removing fossil fuels. Overall magnitude of this impact, about 115 to 348,000 in terms of the value of the social cost of carbon, and up to 10 million a year about for the health benefits. Again, reducing energy, reducing fossil fuel use is the big driver there. On the energy side, these are grouped together because this is just about going from the energy we use now, the electricity we use now, to fully renewable energy. So be it through Acton Power Choice Green, which is sort of a fully renewable energy, or be it through solar or some other renewable energy. The magnitude of that impact is about $1.3 to $4 million to go fully renewable by 2030 in terms of the social cost of carbon, another $5 million in terms of the incremental health benefit there as we sort of go towards that cleaner energy. On the mobility side, increase the adoption of electric vehicles, similar order of magnitude, about 1.4 to 4.2 million in terms of the social cost of carbon, and about 303,000 in terms of the health benefits annually to move to EVs. Similarly, electrifying a lot of the fleet of the town, much smaller numbers because it's much smaller than the total number in the town, but this can have an impact of about 12 to 37,000 social cost of carbon, and about just about $20,000 annually in terms of the health benefits from those reduced tailpipe emissions. And certainly expanding public opportunities for EV charging infrastructure, that's a supporting strategy. So you're not going to have full adoption of EVs if we don't have infrastructure to support it throughout town, be it at local businesses, areas where people can park and go and visit a business, for example. So there's analysis we did there as well. So that would be part of that overall benefit. On the nature-based solutions, we looked at maintaining green spaces The existing trees are going to sequester carbon dioxide. So kind of looking at the trees throughout all the town, there's a benefit of between about 500,000 and 1.5 million in kind of preserving those trees. And then the conservation land alone, maintaining that, a benefit of about $184,000 annually for sequestering that carbon dioxide based on that social cost of carbon. We looked at supporting food resilience and sustainable farming practices. One thing we looked at specifically here is using agrophotovoltaic cells. So basically solar energy on agricultural land that's used and built in ways that allows for both energy generation and using that land productively for agriculture. So each project, which might be about 10,000 watts, and that might be enough to power a house, for example, has about a $560 benefit in terms of the social cost of carbon, a $148 benefit for health benefits. We estimated that you could probably do somewhere in the vicinity of about 3,000 different projects over the 171 acres that would use about a quarter of the land. You have to worry about shading and making sure that it's feasible, but you could scale that up about 3,000 times. So anywhere between the 560 in a project to about 1.7 million in total benefits if you really made use of a quarter of that 171 acres. And up to 459,000 annually on the health benefit side. I think that's an opportunity.
I'm sorry to interrupt, Charles. I'm sorry to interrupt, Charles. I had a point of order with the chair. So we're an executive body. We're not, the sort of the very careful, detail-oriented people that have shown up at your meetings. So I'm thinking we're getting too much detail, especially given the time and the additional agenda items we have today. We'll have plenty of time to study the detail later, but I want us tonight to be able to get as quickly as possible to some overall conclusions so that we have some time to begin to discuss them tonight and to hear from the public if possible. So just, if there's a way to make this shorter, that would be good.
I can try to wrap it up in 2-3 minutes. I appreciate that.
Let me just, I'll second what Mr. Snyder-Grant has said. When the town manager proposed this to be put on the agenda, he said this will just be a check-in. So mentally, I was thinking that was like a half-hour presentation. So I really would like to hear the answer to the question that I gave you about 15 or 20 minutes ago. Not the social cost of carbon. I'm concerned about the financial cost to the taxpayers of Acton. And I would like an answer to that question. And certainly we can read all of this analysis later. But do you have an answer to my particular question, either you or Andrea?
Yes, to some degree we do on the, if we can just jump to the, sort of the next 2 slides are in the financial component. Sorry, maybe back one. Yes. So in terms of the total investment for Acton Boxborough Regional High School and the town, the municipal costs are probably in the vicinity of about $44 million. That includes the school, a lot of it to the Acton Boxborough Regional School, so about a little over 30 million there. The town itself, about 10 million. Now, what I'll say there, just to caveat that value, there are things that would probably need to be done in a lot of these cases. For example, if you're retrofitting an old HVAC system, instead now we're electrifying that system, there's still going to be costs that would have been incurred anyway. But in terms of sort of steps that would need to be taken to get to that point, that's what we're estimating for the municipal expenditures for a lot of these. And Andrea, do you want to add anything, any context there sort of to that question?
Yeah, there's actually a strategy table that will circulate. I'll send to John to forward to the select board that breaks down the costs. Like Charles said, this is sort of an estimate of broadly what it would cost, but then there's also specific things that would actually end up being savings for different strategies. For example, things like EV adoption, if you're replacing an old vehicle and considering EV, that cost benefit assessment was done to show the savings in 5 to 10 years per resident. Same with new buildings, we see savings there. So it really does vary by strategy and depending on what scale you're looking at. But then this is the total cost for the municipality, for the town, 10 million, with some additional deeper dive needed in the coming week based on additional feedback we're receiving and some additional data we're incorporating. So it is just an estimate.
Well, I would just suggest, Andrea, to you and to the town manager, we're only a couple of months away from starting the next fiscal year's budgeting. So I think if you have any hopes whatsoever of getting any of this done in the following fiscal year, this should be a high priority for you, because obviously, if we're going to have to spend a couple of $1 million to accomplish this, that's a couple of $1 million we won't be spending on something else. We've heard a suggestion earlier today talking about transportation and sidewalks, about how we should spend $17 million in sidewalks next year. So obviously that's not going to happen if we're spending $10 million on this. So there's a limited pool of resources here, and I think that you need to put some serious attention into the costs of what all of this would take to accomplish. Mr. Manager.
Yes, and we also...
If I could just address that, Andrea. So the timing of this works out pretty well with this initial look at the numbers and then the board's goal setting meeting later this month, and then the budget process. And part of the goal here is to incorporate the 8-year, I guess, plan for our climate goals, incorporating that into our 10-year capital improvement plan for all the things that would impact what we need to invest in. So that is the plan for this summer. It will be challenging, as you've observed, but that is the plan, to try to incorporate these recommendations into our 10-year capital plan.
Thank you. I think, Andrea, we could probably dedicate another 5 or 10 minutes for you to wrap this up, and then we do really need to move on to other pieces of business.
Okay, great. Charles, do you want to continue?
Sure. I think in honor of the timing, across these strategies, I won't go through them one by one, but when we separate out what's done at the municipal level versus what residents will need to do, one of the trends that happens across many of the residential strategies, for electrification in particular, is going to be slightly higher upfront capital costs, be it in EV, sometimes an air source heat pump, weatherization, with savings over the long term. So a lot of these strategies, you will see a savings over like a 5, 6, 7, 8, 9-year period. You will see more capital upfront costs. So that is one of the obstacles that certainly will need to be looked at, I think, in promoting things forward with residents. But there's certainly opportunity because of the cost savings. Andrea, I think it probably makes sense just to go to the wrap-up slide, takeaways and recommendations. So again, I think here we've talked a lot about, I sort of mentioned some of the cost-effective strategies might not need much support from the town. These residents, in many cases, may be able to take on a slightly higher capital cost for medium-term savings, especially if the return period's quick. There's going to be some situations where that's going to be more challenging, where people might not have capital funds to sort of withstand and wait for the period of payback. What's going to be more challenging, I think this goes to John's slide, is that remaining wedge is going to be more innovative strategies. That's going to be putting solar on houses where it might not be as easy to do, rewiring older houses where those costs start to increase a little bit more. And that's when you start to get to the challenge of getting rid of that last 10, 20, 30% of that wedge diagram. So we do estimate that those strategies might be more in the $100 to $300 per metric ton of CO2 reduced. Whereas a lot of the strategies we looked at so far had either cost savings or much smaller costs per metric ton of CO2 reduced, 10, 20, 30 or less. Andrea, I'll turn it over to you for maybe a minute or two to wrap it up with any final thoughts.
I think this slide concludes it well with that 12 to 36 million to mitigate the additional remaining wedge, the red one that John had shown earlier, and then including what that would cost as an offset. And given the timing, I think we can conclude there. We'll be sending around the strategy assessment and the costs for folks to look at more closely. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've got one question in the audience here. Maybe two.
So I'm having a reconciliation problem, and perhaps Dean and I agree on some of this stuff, at least the questions. And I'd like to know, of the 10 million that you've got estimated, how much of that is something that the municipality has control over, and how much of it is advocacy, helping others to convince them and stuff like that?
The 10 million that we estimated for the municipality includes things like vehicle electrification and transitioning our buildings to be fully electric.
Sorry, I'll rephrase it to save her some time. So, Andrea, of the 10 million, how much of it would go to things that the municipality has control over, as opposed to spending on looking for grants and hoping and educating people, advocacy? So actual direct expenditure by the municipality, as opposed to other things that aren't a direct carbon reduction, that 10 million. How much of that is direct reduction on stuff that the municipality has control over?
So control over as in municipal buildings and
yes,
municipal fleet?
Buildings, EV, lawnmowers, whatever it is. Direct control.
That 10 million does not include advocacy.
Okay, so it's 100%. Okay, thank you. So how much for that 10 million, how much reduction in carbon would we get? Is there to tell us how much we get for that 10 million? I'm going somewhere.
Yes, I can't tell you right off the bat, but that we do have that number in our strategy table.
I don't need it now. It's rhetorical. It's just that's something I'm going to be seeking, because my next question is about the increase in building, the materials costs, all the carbon associated with new building appears not to be accounted for. So when you say net zero, but you leave out something that could be very large. Also, the rehab trust, we're talking about rehabbing buildings at low or no cost to the municipality at all. So in your chart, which says that rehabbing buildings might be too costly, please know that there's programs on the way that would be doing that for free, effectively, and zoning changes to reduce the amount of building, to assume that 600 houses is what we have to have because we used to build that rate, I think is a dangerous presumption that is very business as usual, because zoning changes to reduce that building impact are free. So thank you.
Thank you. One more question.
Karen Root Watkins, Strawberry Hill Road. First, Andrea and all the team who've worked on this, thank you so much for all of your work. It's an amazing endeavor. I have a request that the final document also model what a mobilization is. We've talked about advocacy, alternate funding. I think a lot of this is going to happen through community organizing and communication. There's a lot of low-hanging fruit out there, including weatherizing houses and money that can come from the state for through Mass Save and PACE for low-income people, but it's not happening because there's nobody coordinating it. And I think this mobilization part of it, this community organizing part of it is really central. And I mean, this is really costly as a homeowner who's trying to go net zero. I know it is not easy, but one request that I might make is that the town really seriously consider an energy advocate who can try to coordinate getting communication out to people. I think, letting landlords know that they have money to do weatherization or, really great incentives to switch to electrification, air source heat pumps. I just feel like that's the piece of it that hasn't come through in the second phase of the CAP, and I would love to see it reflected in the final document. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Chadwick.
Very briefly, I don't want to see another presentation where I cannot read the slides. I am one of the ones you're going to have to convince to do something. You have done absolutely zero towards that end with your presentation tonight.
Thank you. Mr. Martin.
Yes, so I just want to say I appreciate this report quite a bit. I like the fact that it reflects what we think is feasible. I don't think we're doing anybody any favors by trying to model the goal if we don't think it's feasible. I think all that does is make us lose credibility. When we started this process, I was a little skeptical about the 2030 date and was told it was an aspirational date. And not meant to be realistic. I think a 2040 date is actually more reasonable. I'm happy leaving it at 2030, but I'm also very happy that this report shows that there are a number of unknowns left. And I think if we kind of kludge it to reflect what the goal is, I think we'll lose credibility, right? It's just a commitment to nonsense. I think the costs here are extremely complicated. No one doubts that there is an upfront conversion cost here, but I would point out several things. Some of the things that Charles pointed out. Having this preparation in place allows us, for municipal buildings or municipal vehicles or other things, allows us to be ready when these things need to be replaced. It doesn't necessarily mean that we need to replace every vehicle next year. It means that as each vehicle reaches the end of its life, and maybe sooner if it's feasible, we can convert it to an all-electric vehicle. Similarly, in the same way that works for when we have an intersection design in place where we might not know where all the money's coming from when we design the intersection, I think that's true here too. The monies from the state and federal government are very, I think, likely to appear in the next decade. And having this plan in place and other preparation works allows us to be ready to receive those grants. Finally, fuel costs are really difficult to predict, right? Right now, fossil fuel costs are going up. The cheapest cost for electricity is wind. Maybe this will drive more of that. All I'm saying is that it's very difficult to make, we can make certain assumptions today, but those assumptions are likely to change. And even now, also as Charles pointed out, over time, almost all these strategies have paybacks. But again, no one doubts that there's this conversion cost up front and figuring out how to do that. But long term, there's likely savings, and it's figuring out how we manage that is the issue. Thank you.
Mr. Snyder-Grant.
So I guess I have two main points. The first is that from a physics point of view, the challenge is pretty simple. Stop burning stuff. So what we're talking about here is the economics and the politics of it. The economics, when we're talking in a sort of calm way about the social cost of carbon, we're trying to also, what we're trying to capture in that is the risks that we take by not taking action quickly enough. So, we've talked about the local impacts, the flooding, the high heat, but there's also the larger scale impacts, the disruptions in food supply, the vast health effects of having heat waves that are going through the planet where you get to temperatures that people can't survive in. We're talking about, a cliff of risk where the longer we wait on stopping burning stuff, the huge impact and cost grows quickly and at a somewhat unknown rate because we don't know about the feedback loops that could make things worse. So the reason I think that I have any hope about this is that if you take a look at a large enough scale, like a federal scale, there's the calculations there to be done that say, hey, look, if we save millions of people from getting sick and having to pay for their health care, if we continue to provide for an economic system that can actually deliver food to people, that's worth a lot because not having that is going to be very expensive. So if you get a big enough scale, you can do the cost benefit and go, oh, climate change is really awful. Avoiding it is worth spending a lot of money because it is going to be so awful. So that's what I think about on the big scale. On the small scale, sometimes I think, Acton, tiny little town, what difference can we make? And what I think is that, first of all, we're already inspiring other towns. We got this leadership award for sustainability from the state because we're doing a good job here. And that's encouraging other towns. When we chose to increase our Acton Power Choice green levels, we were looking at Lowell as an inspiration. Now we're like we're going to be the third highest level on that chart. And now other towns are going to look to us and say, yeah, oh, we can do this too. So I think in terms of the inspiration value we have both to other towns and to the residents of Acton and the businesses of Acton, I think we can be, we can be part of the right trend that gives us the best chances of avoiding the worst impacts of climate change. It's very difficult to see the route through, but it's even more painful to imagine us not making it through. So I feel like it's worth understanding the risks and figuring out what we can do. Thanks.
Thank you. Imogen.
Thank you. Yes, I'll be quick. First of all, just really want to commend the work of this team, the stakeholder engagement that you were able to inspire over the past month, the work that you put into this part 2 of the climate action plan. It's really exciting to see, and I know that I'm not the only one that's really thrilled to read the report. So in terms of what I just wanted to say, I think that it's important that we frame this the right way. It does seem like a pretty high cost. Acton, as we know, has gone through its own struggles trying to maintain our fiscal sustainability. But at the end of the day, we do have pressure from the state and federal government to start moving forward. I mean, if we're trying to get to 50% by 2030, achieving 53% is us truly just meeting the requirements. And so I feel like this is a way for us to start planning, and this is a way for us to start being proactive on this and do our due diligence so that we don't burden our community, but at the same time, we're actually moving forward with the goals that we had in mind when it comes to climate action. And then the second thing, kind of like the town manager said, we are going to be planning for this. I think having the capital improvement plan incorporating a lot of these elements will be really helpful. And then I'll end off with a very quick question. So I know that the high school has its own climate action plan. And I'm wondering, kind of post-releasing the report, what does that collaboration look like? Will you be reaching out to them to kind of get their feedback? Are we as a team going to be offering them feedback? I know that they have their own financial structure, and so when it comes to their plan, there might be differences and things like that, but would love to know what that collaboration looks like moving forward.
Should I answer? Oh, okay, great. So their findings were included in the blueprint. So they conducted a school-wide survey, and so those results were in the blueprint and are going to also be in the climate action plan. And so really continued engagement looks like the kind of work we've done with them, with APC green stuff, they wanted a lot of information. So we provided them with all the resources and tools that they needed to get informed. So many of you all saw how informed they really were at one of the select board meetings. So that's really what the engagement looks like. They don't have their own climate action plan per se, but they do have a lot of actions that they're leading on their own.
That's really helpful. Thank you so much. And thank you truly to you all. This is incredible. I'm so excited. I know many, many people are, and it's accumulation of our community's great efforts on this. So thanks.
Great. Thank you.
Okay, well, thank you, Andrea, and your team. It's a great presentation. Gave us all something to work on, and I look forward to what you come up with in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
Next item on the agenda, Mr. Mangiarotti, how timely, we're talking about a solar project.
Yeah, we're chipping away at our goal here with our next project. This is just an announcement to the board and I guess the public at the same time that we've reached an agreement with the solar developer Weibo Solar, who's doing the second water district project on High Street and Knox Trail, and that will generate revenue in the amount of $33,450 a year for a 20-year pilot agreement, and that funding will be used to directly offset or to invest in energy efficiency measures within the organization. So it's great to see more solar being built, and it's great to use that revenue to help us do more as an organization.
Thank you, Mr. Manager. So this is going into the Energy Efficiency Fund?
That's correct.
Okay. Now that's kind of a good example of what can be done as sort of the financial model. We were early adopters of that legislation that allowed those energy efficiency funds. And we were able to take the revenue from the landfill solar project One of the first projects that we accomplished was changing over all of our streetlights from incandescent to LED with a huge energy savings. So I hope that, we can continue to leverage some of those funds towards those projects. Thank you. Mr. Manager, next item, clarification on the board vote for ARPA allocation.
Thank you. Yes, so one of the very first things that the board took action on as it relates to the ARPA funding that we received was to appropriate an amount to help with revenue loss. And at the time, we just asked you to vote to do it, and you agreed to do it. But with the financial year-end closeout work that we need to do, we actually needed to specify specific things that we were paying for with that. And so in the packet, I hope is in there, was a motion that we prepared to how we'd like this vote to be clarified so that we could say that we spent a portion of it. We actually have to allocate it to things that we spent money on. One of them was the lease that we pay for 30 Sudbury. Okay.
I didn't notice it.
Okay, that's my bad. I will find it. Can I request a delay on this item?
Certainly.
Thank you.
All right, so we'll roll that over for 2 weeks.
I could find it in 2 minutes.
Okay.
But I didn't want to hold the meeting up.
Okay, well, let's go to a couple of the other items. So one of the items that we put in the packet was the present liaison assignments for all of us. And it's usually a lot more important if we've actually changed members of the board, but what I wanted to do was give everybody an opportunity. If you would like to swap out any of your liaison assignments, we don't have to do it tonight, but if there's anything in particular that due to scheduling conflicts or whatever you find to be onerous, please let us know. I do note that we've added a couple of committees since the last allocation of duties was put together. I don't know if anybody has any immediate reaction to Mr. Martin.
Yes, two things, or maybe three things. The South Acton Train Station Advisory Committee has not met in the past year. I think we could take a vote tonight to disband that committee and take any responsibilities that it has and ask the TAC to pick them up, if other members would like to do that. And that if someone felt that they had one committee too many, that leaves me with one less, and I'm happy to take on something if someone is busy. And the second thing I'd like to chat about, if people are so inclined, is our representatives to the ALG. As mentioned during the last meeting, I have a strong interest there. If members are so inclined, I would love to continue to be one of the reps on the ALG. So I don't know if people would like to consider that or not.
Okay, thank you. Yes.
Before disbanding the South Acton Train Station Committee, should you ask them first if they'd like to be disbanded? They may have something coming up that you don't know about. Anyway, just seems considerate.
Thank you. Let's deal with the South Acton Train Station first. I have no strong feelings about it. If anybody would like to move that we disband the committee and tell the remaining members thank you for their time.
I would make that motion, and I'm happy to let the members, thank the members for their time. Its main purpose was the construction and you know, to kind of monitor and facilitate the construction of the new train station and its converting to that train station after. And then, you know, it hasn't met in a long time. And actually, I tried to get a meeting together a year ago. I could not. So,
Okay. Can I have a second?
And a brief comment about it, which is the TAC is down at least one member. So if anybody on SATSAC wants to join the TAC and bring that wealth of knowledge and experience, that would be more than welcome.
I could mention that when I thank people. I will be sad not to say SATSAC anymore, but.
Okay. Sorry. The South Acton Train Station Advisory Committee.
No, I like saying SATSAC.
Okay, we've got a motion and a second. There's no further comment. Ms. Nagariti, would you call the roll?
Sure thing. David?
Aye.
Fran?
Aye.
Dean?
Aye.
Jim?
Aye.
And I also say aye. So that's unanimous.
Thank you. So I guess to Mr. Martin's other point about ALG, I would defer that to Jim. Normally in the past, it's been the chair and the vice chair that serve on ALG, but I don't believe that that's set. Mr. Snyder-Grant.
I'm happy to, I'd like to figure out a way for David to continue on this. And my goal this year is to attend most or all of the meetings as an audience member, listen in and learn. My request would be that sometime after each meeting, either right away or, you know, within the next day or so, that I'd be able to sit down either with David or you and, you know, ask questions and learn and, you know, well, what was the subtext there? You know, what was that really about? You know, just sort of to start getting my learning curve going. Because I don't feel like I have a lot to contribute right now to the ALG. My path through the various systems in town has not gone very deep into budget issues, but I would like to be very deep there. So this would be a great chance for me to learn.
Okay, thank you. Mr. Martin, does that sound like it works for you?
Absolutely. It's really up to the other members. But I mean, I would, you know, I've expressed my interest. You know, if people are, you know, if you all of you are willing to let me do that, I'd like to do it.
Okay. Mr. Chadwick.
Just to point out, if Jim attends also, that's a majority of your board, you may have to declare the meeting of the select board each time there's an ALG meeting for Jim to be able to say anything.
Good point. Thank you.
Actually, though, that's not required. As long as you're discussing what's the topic of that meeting, you can attend another public meeting. The majority of us can attend another public meeting.
And to help out in that, I promise to say nothing. So that will help with the not deliberating part of it.
Okay. If we're all agreed, I don't think that particularly needs a vote. We'll just leave Mr. Martin on the ALG list.
Thank you.
Mr. Manager.
Hi, thank you. I'm ready to talk about that ARPA request.
Okay.
So, so although the board voted to use up to $400,000 in FY22, the vote needs to be more specific before we close the books on June 30th. So what we're recommending is that the board someone move that we use, move that the board use a portion of the $400,000 ARPA funds approved on September 13th as follows for fiscal year 22. $196,000 for the 30 Sudbury facility lease, $65,000 for sewer enterprise capital expenses, and $4,000 for public safety. That leaves $135,000, which we would recommend be carried over for future ARPA needs for revenue replacement in future years. So I can read that back, or maybe you caught that. So it's 196 for the 30 Sudbury lease and 65,000 for sewer enterprise expenses, and then 4,000 for public safety expenses. And these are all things that we spent money on anyways, but we needed to just identify where that revenue was being applied to make it work for the auditors.
Okay, Mr. Martin.
Just from my understanding, those things don't total to 400,000? And does that mean we're not expending the rest of that at the moment?
Yeah, so we would only expend 400 less 135, which I can't, yeah. So that we'd only expend that amount in 22, and the remaining would be carried over and available for next year, or if the board decides this summer to reallocate it for something else, it could.
Mr. Martin?
I'm willing to make a motion if you'd like.
Please.
I would move that to clarify the ARPA expenses we declared last year, that we spend 196, the revenue replacement ARPA expenses that we declared last year, we spend $196,000 on this 30 Sudbury lease, $65,000 on the sewer enterprise budget, and $4,000 on public safety.
We got a second?
Sure. Second.
All right, moved and seconded. Any discussion? Ms. Nagariti, would you call the roll, please?
Yeah, sure. David?
Aye.
Thank you, Fran.
Aye.
Thank you, Dean.
Aye.
Thank you, Jin.
Aye.
Thank you. I also say aye.
Thank you. All right, item 11, discussion of board communication procedure. We've gotten all kinds of feedback on this because people think it's much more complicated than it was supposed to be. 2 terms ago, there was quite a discussion about what happens when a member of the public sends an email to the entire select board. How is that responded to? And at that point, the determination was made that the chair would be the person to answer that email with factual information, and could in fact loop in somebody else if there was a particular member of the select board that had particular expertise. But the idea is, especially as we're getting into the summer, folks could send us an email, and if nobody responds, it just kind of sits there for 3 weeks, and people say, you know, did it even get through? So what my proposal is that for this year, I would undertake brief responses to whatever select board or whatever emails come into the select board. And pretty much there, thank you for your input. If there's some factual information that I can add, I would do that. And most recently, we had one with a question about library matters, and I looped in Ms. Nagariti because she's the liaison to both of the libraries. So unless there's anybody that has any issues with that, I think David did a similar thing, but we didn't talk about it. So, okay, so that will be the procedure. Consent items. Item 12, approve amendment to Regional Housing Service Office Intermunicipal Agreement. Item 13, approve Acton Box for a Farmers Market Winery License Application 1634 Meadery LLC. Item 14, approve Acton Box for a Farmers Market Winery License Application Aranap Cellars. Item 15, approve Acton Box for a Farmers Market Winery License Application Bliss Point Meadery. Item 16, one-day alcoholic beverage license, Rahul Srinivasan, Nara Park Pavilion, June 26, 2022. Item 17, one-day alcoholic beverage license, Anita Galaja, Nara Park Pavilion, June 18, 2022. Item 18, accept gift Recreation Department for $2,500 from Cambridge Savings Bank to support the 2022 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 19, accept gift Recreation Department for $250 in-kind value from Cape Cod Repellents / Marketing Dynamics to support the 2022 Summer Concert Series and events. Item 20, accept gift Recreation Department for $500 from Oak Hill Mulch Company to support production costs for the 2022 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 21, accept gift Recreation Department for $300 from Visiting Angels, Acton, to support production costs for the 2022 Summer Concert Series and special events. Item 22, accept gift Recreation Department for $2,235 from various donors. Item 23, accept gift Recreation Department for $27,657.79 from the Friends of the Gardner Field to purchase new playground equipment. I would accept a motion to accept consent items 12 through 23 inclusive.
With gratitude to everyone who's donating to our Recreation Department, so moved.
You get a second?
Second.
All right. Ms. Nagariti?
Sure. David?
Aye.
Aye. Oh, sorry, I cut out there for like a hot second. Did you say aye, David?
Yes, I said aye.
Great, thank you. Fran?
Aye.
Thank you. Dean?
Aye.
Thanks, Jim?
Aye.
And I also say aye, so that's unanimous.
All right. At this point, I will accept one more motion.
I move to adjourn.
Second.
Moved and seconded. Not debatable. Ms. Nagariti?
Great. David?
Aye.
Thank you, Fran.
Aye.
Thank you, Dean.
Aye.
And Jim?
Aye.
Great. And I also say aye. And that means we're adjourned.